We're good. We're good. We are good. We're good. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Bum, 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 bum. Let's not forget the link this time. Are we baby rage? Are we baby rage? What should we call this? What shall we call this? Retest or no? How about that? Retest or no? Is this thing gonna retest and go? Or no? Or no? Ding 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 ding. Or no? Or no? Also, man, is it just me or what time were we having this conversation about the microphone yesterday? What a curiosity. Because I could have sworn it was before midnight and it said it'd be here today. Like whatever, like it'd be here tomorrow kind of thing. Or is it? Orders, orders. Yeah, arriving tomorrow. Anyways. Pretty boring day overall. Kind of catch up in a second. Like I haven't done anything with the trades because like kind of like as I said yesterday, until I get above this level, like I'm not doing anything. So. Dun, dun, dun. Kinda just chilling, sitting on my hands. Plus, we forgot to mention so many things in the juice box yesterday. I was so tired, it was crazy. I don't even know how my brain was still functioning at that point. Yeah, where was the BWAP? Because there's a couple of scalp setups here throughout the day. Bum, bum. Yeah, like the bearish retest of the Valeria high, like this kind of thing, like ding ding. You could have taken that, and we ended up getting the full day rotation, right? Like the outside day into the rotation was this move, ding ding ding, from here to here. So once again playing out, right? I mean, I haven't been like writing it down, but like out of the last what, I think like 7 of them, every single one that has gone below like the value area level has played out, aside from the one on the weekend. Dun, 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 dun. And then you could have taken this one. I mean, I wasn't really paying too much attention to the data, but like this higher time frame retest, ding ding, of the VWAP. So whether you got filled on this thing with like the fib, or you waited for it to like break some of this like lower time frame structure. Very curious to see if we start going here. Because we haven't grabbed this liquidity, but I mean, like, technically on CME we did top the low. Barely. I suspect not, right? I suspect we're going to retrace that at least at 382. But we'll see. We'll see. Kind of update our levels. I'm tired though. I'm so tired. I didn't even go to bed yesterday when I stopped streaming. So I'm pretty exhausted right now. of having like a excruciating workout. Boom, 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 boom. The PR on a deadlift today. We were 10 pounds away from a 5-plate deadlift. Boom, boom. Pretty surprising too. Like for how tired I was and whatnot, I actually didn't feel that bad. Boom, 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 boom. Like I tried it like a week or two ago, and I did the same rep, but it did not feel like today. Today that thing was fucking flying off the ground. Light work. What the fuck is this? A Discord recap. Interesting. Bum, 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 bum. We need to update our levels. Update the levels. I mean, interesting so far, right? I mean, it didn't really get much going on today, but we are still sitting here building value. We still are just sitting here building value under this level. Bum, 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 bum. Wait for the level. We have an outside day to the downside today. Interesting. 92248.3. Nine two four five 1.2. Interesting. Interesting. Can we do the rotation back today? Yeet. Or no? Or no? Plus, we are like reclaiming this value node, right? Should we include all of it? We'll give that some time to play out. Do we need the imaginary trend line on here or no? Or no? Should we get rid of this thing? Should we get rid of this thing? So we gotta watch some interviews here. NVDA. Not the most exciting of things. I'm more so fascinated by this, right? Some pretty big bounce in some of these names. Also this. Bloom Energy. Curious how much of this is influenced by like the Jensen's podcast yesterday, right? That released. Seems like a lot of the energy sector had like a pretty big pump today. So this thing's working out so pretty good so far, right? They didn't end up buying a whole lot of Dell, but this thing's running, right? It's kind of running off. Pretty juicy. Pretty juicy. Boom, 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 boom. Question is, do we get some Netflix here pretty soon? Or not? We're not. We're not. We keep it on our radar. Nvidia's gonna gamma squeeze. I'm not sure, I haven't looked. No. No. What drawings do I have? I don't know. I don't know. Pretty massive gap to the upside. Bull dips printing on the daily. Right at the golden baka. Probably should have got filled today on it, honestly. Or at least like start building a position. TBD. What was this on? Aster. $185 call wall. It's kind of got above those levels though, right? Like, nothing to squeeze if nobody's trapped. I suppose there is potential. Especially if it gaps up in the morning. and there could be some real fireworks, right? If it gaps above that level. Boom, boom, boom. Now, the real question is, are we just gonna stay here until next week or not, right? Kind of typical FOMC pre-week, just everything grinds to a halt. We're not. We're not. Oh, oh. It's all on PCE tomorrow. Yeah. Man, is it even gonna matter that much? Like the rate cut probability is already so high. And don't they already have the rest of the components of the PCE? Yeah, 90%. Be a nothing burger. Either way, something to watch out for. Never know if people react to it. Plus, like the University of Michigan stuff comes out tomorrow too. Boom, 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 boom. I never looked at everything else. Yeah, you know, interesting day though, surprisingly enough, actually, because I thought we were about to rip here. When this candle printed like this, I thought we were ripping for sure, because there's so many shorts that got trapped down here. There's a lot of shorts. There was like 3,000 Bitcoin worth of shorts that opened at the bottom of this move. So when we got up here, I was like, okay, this thing's about to fucking start sending. So it's very surprising to see it just kind of roll back down. Don't see that too often. Michigan sent, or wait, I missed a message. If it's slow, make it hyper bullish. Might put 0.5 cut on the table. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Don't know about that. Like, they're like hesitant to cut. They're hesitant to even do the 0.25 cut. And, that shit fucks up sometimes. Yeah, I don't know. It's like seems like an outdated measure, the University of Michigan stuff. Because like first of all, they don't even poll that many people. And yeah, there does seem to be some kind of like political biases going on there. But there's also like personal like spending and income tomorrow, which is will probably be interesting, right? See how the consumers are spending. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, whoops. Interesting. They're starting to walk up the orders on the spot order book. Interesting. Never been a good, never been a good one under Trump. It was always good under Biden, even when she was awful. Hmm. Future's ripping. And we'll see if we can actually start going finally here or not. Or not. Gonna get rid of this for now. Because I thought we were gonna go today as well. When this thing first opened in the morning, we like gap filled it perfectly. Let's just rewind this. Where is it? Like this first candle came right down to the gap fill like perfectly. So I thought it was about to just be like a gap and just start ripping. But yeah, I ended up just kind of sitting sideways the whole time. We don't need this view up anymore, right? We'll get rid of this. Get rid of these two black ones. Yeah, you know what? It's funny because one of those interviews that we were watching, the guy was talking about like trading with a lack of sleep. And today I was like back testing some stuff, trading. Well, not back testing, like testing like live, but not actually like trading with money. 'Cause I wanted to see how like this shit plays out. And I was so out of it on no sleep. I'm like, man, there's no way I could have traded like a actual account doing this right now. My brain was just two brain cells barely functioning. Boom. Okay, leave that like that. Where are my notes? Where are my notes? Notes. Today is what? December the 4th? Oh, this is the wrong year. 2025. Actually, before we start that, oh damn. are we? Where were we?
Market that anybody has ever seen, and it continues to be the most hated bull market that anybody has ever seen. But don't fight the tape, because that's what loses you money. And macro people, from the time I joined in 05, were very bearish because they thought of it.
Mr. Vex, hello. Hello, Mr. Vex. How are you?
It was a housing bubble, but they were shorting it from 05. So by the time 08 rolled around, they couldn't be short anymore because they had lost so much money being short. People have been calling this thing a bubble for a long time here. And like I say, if you've been short based on that idea, you're hurting.
Market momentum doesn't look like it's stalling. The S&P 500 is now firmly above 6,800 points. Bitcoin is now above 93,000 on the 3rd of December, much higher than it was a month ago. Gold and silver continue to pump up to unprecedented levels. So what's next for markets? Is there a top forming? We'll find out with the next guest, Jason Shapiro, founder of Crowded Market Report, veteran trader of over 30 years, and he's been featured in Jack Schweiger's book, Unknown Market Wizards. He's a regular on my show. Check out our last interview with Jason, link down below, so you can see the number of correct calls he's made all throughout the year. This episode is brought to you by Kalshi, the largest prediction market in the United States. It is a fully regulated platform that lets you trade on real-world events, so you can trade on political.
Not too bad, man. Green for the day. New York session. How about you? I've been in the same trade for like 2 weeks, so how long has it been at this point? Whoops. Yeah, like almost 13 days now. So far, so good. So far, so good. At this point, just waiting to get our next TP zone. We've been TPing along the way, so secured some of the bag, locked in the loot. But until we get up here next, not really doing anything. Very nice. Are you a swing trader? Not necessarily, but like yeah, typically like more so, right? I mean, like I'm entering trades as if it was a scalp, because I'm trading with like leverage, like relatively high leverage, so I can't have some like massive stop loss or I get liquidated. But I try to have them like run. I don't try to like TP super aggressively on them. Also depends though. Like in this case, like I'm trying to swing trade this because we had like a pretty high time frame move down here, right? Quite the extension on the daily. So I'm trying to like get the mean reversion swing back up. But like for instance, like when we were in this kind of range, I was like just more soul scalping than swing trading, like TPing a lot more aggressively. It just depends on the context, right? Whatever trade setup is presenting itself. How about yourself? Where'd this thing go? It's so cold here, guys. It's freezing. Snow outside everywhere. I can barely feel my hands. Makes sense. I do see my setups in higher time frames, but I do not have the initial margin requirement for futures. I trade my own live account with no prop firms. Mostly the same, day trader. Yeah, same. Trade my own money. What do I heat with? Typical like gas heater or whatever it is. Yeah, like a gas furnace. I like to transition to longer holding positions. Yeah, it depends, right? It depends on the person. But typically, it seems like most traders end up in that situation. Regardless if they started scalping or not, most of them end up swing trading because you just can't scalp with size. It's like impossible. So once your count gets big enough, like it's no longer viable. So whether you like it or not, you have to become a swing trader. Natural gas. I know there's a lot of oil furnaces up there. No, I think it's natural gas. I don't think it's an oil furnace. Yeah, I'm like 99% sure it's natural gas. Been scalping for a while and it's stressful to trade frequently. So it's either I scale or scale up time frame and hold longer. Yeah, same. Plus, like realistically, it's like, hard to say. In my experience, the medium time frame is a lot more reliable to trade than like the very low time frame. Because like if you're trading on the 1 minute or like the tick chart, like one person buying or selling can like move the market one direction or the other. Whereas if you're trading the higher time frames, like it's like market consensus is causing the move. It's not just like one or two entities. Plus you got like way bigger moves, right? Like you're never gonna get a trade from like here to like up here, just scalping on the 1 minute. What medium time frames be for you? I usually use like the 30-minute. Especially because like the TPO was like designed around the 30-minute chart. But I watch everything though. Like I always have like the 4-hour open. In this case I have it set to 12-hour, but I'm always looking at the 4-hour. I'm always looking at the daily, weekly. You kind of need to know them all, right? Because like if I just showed you this chart right now and I just showed you this, like you have like no context of what's happening, right? Like if I just showed you this and told you to trade this, you're kind of like just operating in the blind. Plus, the other thing about swing trading as well is that, like, regardless of the whole size thing, at some point you want to have a life, right? You can't just spend 12 hours a day sitting at your computer screen, unable to move because you're scalping. Like, no one really wants to live like that, as much as you may love trading. Like for instance, like right now, right? Like I'm gonna trade. I can like sit here chilling on stream. like watching whatever podcast or like finance interview or researching whatever, backtesting whatever. Exactly, I want to escape the working day for someone or something. Yeah. But it depends, right? Because some people are perfectly fine, like just scalping the market open and kind of just calling it a day at like noon or so, depending on how like the day develops. Also, like, it's very like personality based. Some people just like need to be like taking trades like on a regular basis. Also, like, are not comfortable. Um, like they get anxious about their like their swing trades. And they like can't sleep properly, so on and so forth. Probably best that you just scalp in that case. Futures for small moves during volatility hours. And trade with profits. And sprinkle in some options for on medium-term setups. I've been seeing some guy on X who is pretty interesting, like a option swing trader. Yeah, I think swing trading is the juiciest way to trade. Especially when you end up catching one of those like mega moves. Like those trades really add a lot to your like account equity. Yeah, I'm in the middle now. I speak against the idea of swing trading, but I realize price action is so much cleaner and respects price action. Yeah, it is, right? That's a thing. It's like, like large entities cannot trade in the lower time frames, so they have to trade on like the daily, weekly levels. So that's like when you see a lot of money like entering or leaving the market, right? Whether they're taking profit at some like major high time frame level, or like buying in at some major high time frame level. So in terms of like watching the order flow and whatnot, it's like super consistent. It's very obvious when you're seeing money switch from one team to the other. It's like an ecosystem, right? Like on the daily and weekly, like it's like the whales. That's where the whales are swimming around trading. And as you get into like lower time frames, it's like the little plankton and shrimp, right? On the 1 minute, it's just little shrimps trading back and forth. And the other thing about it too, which is like, okay, there are a lot of like people that trade that are like younger, like our age. Well, I mean, I don't know how old you are, but like doing this kind of stuff, right? Like TPO volume profiles, like order flow, blah blah blah, like nerding out, right? Just the data overload essentially. Well, a lot of people that are trading on the higher time frames are like just old boomers, right? They've been trading for like 30 years. And they're just fucking just drawing a trend line and calling it a fucking day. Like, okay, it comes to the trend line, I'm buying. If not, fuck it. Or they're trading like the 50 and the 200 moving average. That nothing wrong with that. Like, there's nothing wrong with trading like that. But it's more so to say that like these people are trading like super simplistic methods, and they also typically have the most money because they've been trading the longest. So a lot of times you'll see reactions around these things, right? That's why like the 50 moving average and like the 200 and whatnot are like so powerful. And like these like hot, like trend lines on like the daily and weekly charts. And the other thing about trend lines too is that like who doesn't know what a trend line is, right? Even like whether you're like the most noob fucking trader or like best trader in the world, everyone knows how to draw a goddamn trend line. So obviously there's gonna be like some subset of traders that use it enough so that it's like statistically relevant in the market. I realize that too for older folk vet traders. Even institutional traders, a lot of them, like if you talk to any of them, a lot of them are just using or trading on the daily or weekly with the 50 and the 200 and like a MACD. Like that's it. Assuming they're not like getting their orders done like via algorithms. I've seen some dumb ones on X. Dumb what? Well, it's like the other thing about the higher time frames too that you have to remember is that when you're breaking out or down from ranges on the higher time frame, every time frame below that is also trading that breakout with you. So it's like the 1 minute traders all the way up to the weekly traders are entering these breakout trades or breakdowns. Which makes it a lot more probable playing out because the whole market is trading together in unison. I've seen some dumb ones on X, trend lines. I mean, how do you define a dumb trend line? What does that even mean? I have this massive callus. I'm trying to pick off my hand right now. I can't get it. Do I have a knife in here? They're bad confirmation bias. I mean, are they though? They're not really, right? Like they're pretty objective for the most part. Especially if you're doing them on the line chart, right? Like it objectively tells you that this line has been broken. What you do with that information is up to you. If you have a system around it or not. Like me personally, I don't trade trend lines. Like I draw them like to see if they have any kind of reaction that's like potentially notable. But I'm never sitting here with like a trend line drawn on my chart and going like. Like I would never be longing this, right? Just because there's a fucking imaginary line here. Even more so on the low time frames. Well, like if there is some like high time frame trend line like that, and there's a bunch of confluence happening as it gets to the trend line, like for instance, suppose like I had this line drawn, and there's like some like fib level that's like aligning with like the golden pocket or like the 0.5 whatever. And there's like bull dips printing on the lower time frames, and like the order flow slipping bullish. There's some like single print on the TPO that's like right here. And then like yeah, I'll like entertain the trend line trade. But it's just like a trend line by itself, like no fucking shot. No shot. At least not me. I'm not, there are people that do that and they do it successfully, so. But most people I see doing that though, they typically don't like enter the trade like all in on the trend line. It's like they'll like have a starter position on the trend line and then they'll like try and trade their way out of it if it breaks. I see minimum 3 touches. Not necessarily. Like the 2 touches makes a trend line, like the 3rd confirms it. It's typically how people go about it. Like 2 points make a line, kind of thing. Like one of the videos that like where the people kind of discuss their trading strategy, one of them was like some girl that trades trend lines only on like the weekly chart. She trades like what was it? I think she traded palladium, or like or platinum perhaps. Some like weird like commodity on the weekly using trend lines. She had like a whole system around them. But personally, like, I don't have the patience for that, but a line between 2 is just a line, not a trend. I mean, it's the formation of it. Yeah, I guess I wouldn't consider it like a confirmed trend line. I just I don't know. They're too subjective. Like any kind of you can draw it like this, right? You can have it like drawn like this. You can have it drawn like this. You can have it like drawn from like down on the actual candles here with using the line, like so on and so forth, right? Plus, like that Peter Brandt guy who's like a pattern trader, trendline trader on the charts. I mean, I've never backtested this myself, but he says that any kind of pattern that uses like diagonal lines is not particularly reliable nowadays. Like they used to be in the past, and now like he respects patterns. Like horizontal levels are much more important than these diagonal ones. Like to me, like I always prioritize the volume levels first and foremost. This is the first thing I'm looking for to identify zones of interest to trade at. Everything else comes like secondary to this. Latest runners in the market have been Fly, PLZ, SMX. All under 2 million shares outstanding, and the run started around $4 a share. Yeah, it's funny. I saw like Martin Shkreli get blown up on one of these things. Fly. PLRZ. What a chart. God damn. What was the other one? We looked at this one before, didn't we? It's SMX. Yeah, I think it was this, right? You can't even see the chart in the daily and weekly. Boom, boom, boom. That shit hits right on the line like 10 times. I don't know if you want it to be doing that. Like typically the more that like a trend line's getting tested, like the worse it becomes kind of thing. And the probability of it breaking gets like higher and higher. No wicks don't count. Like to you, right? That's the thing, to you say that. But other people don't disagree with that. Some people use wicks only, some people use like line of best fit with wicks and the closes. Some people are drawing it on the 4 hour. This like the same trend line that you're drawing on the daily, like they're drawing it on like the 4 hour, using like different sets of wicks. Or they're doing a line of best fit. That's why it's so subjective, right? It shows divergence. I'm not sure what you're referring to. 7 AM to 10 AM is prime time for me. Yeah, for most people it is, right? The market open. Wick is outside of price action by definition. Is it though? If you put on the 1 minute, it's not a wick typically. Like there's fully candle closes there. Well, it's like if you watch like that Lance Brightstein guy, for example, right? He was like in the Next Market Wizards book. He had a video on trend lines recently, and he was saying straight the fuck up to use the wicks only. So obviously there's no consensus on this, right? Like you have a group of professional traders who are saying to use it, and you have another group of professional traders who are saying to not use them. Can we find the video? Can we find the video? Trend lines, there we go.
Strategy that replaces the complex world of trading algorithms. Always use the lows, not the closes of the bar, and if the line keeps getting pierced...
This is the example he has in the video. Personally, I use the candle closes. It depends. What I do is I use the candles that have the most volume is what I do. Like if there's like if I have to pick between like using this point versus like how, I don't know. Okay, let's say this chart was looking like this, and then the rest was the same. And like this peak had like very little volume, but these two peaks had like a lot of volume, then I would draw it this way. I would ignore this thing. Poses for minnows. What's a minnow? Is that like a fish or something? What does that even mean? Using the wicks just means you're late to the move. I don't know. Like, there's no right or wrong, right? We can sit here and just debate using the wicks or not debating. There's no right answer. Because as much as you think that like what you're saying is correct, there are people that clearly don't agree with you on like all skill levels of traders. The way I would say it is just be consistent, right? If you're gonna trade trend lines, be consistent. If you're gonna use the wicks, like if you're gonna like with trade patterns, for example, which I don't recommend. But if you're gonna do it, be consistent with it. Don't like draw it one way one time, then another way the other. The overnight candles are bunk. Yeah, right, because like typically it's a pretty low volume. I take a lot of times for like the CME stuff. Like I'm always switching back and forth between like the RTH. Also, like the gaps are useful, right? Because like for instance today, like look at this, right? We came down, filled the gap, and bounced at the naked point of control for like the regular trading session, and then bounced from there. Like this was like a trade setup if you're using the RTH. Like very reliable, right? The gaps on this stuff is like very reliable. Oh, oh. You know, NASCAR, I mean, I don't know if they're still here or not. Like, where do you get your information for this stuff in terms of... like the open interest? What's the TPO indicator I use? Well, there's only one. The TPO. I mean, obviously, like the tick size is gonna depend on like whatever asset you're trading. But yeah, just the typical TPO. It depends though, because like I also have like one for like the cash session. Like this red one is for like the New York Open and like the volume profile for just the New York session. And I have like multiple on, like there's only one of them is visible, but I have multiple on to see the poor highs and poor lows on different tick sizes. This one's 4,000 and the other one I think is like auto. Or this one's 1,500 and the other one is what? 10,000. Because like when your tick size is like very low, like you don't see the poor highs as effectively, right? Because like the blocks are so small. And I don't know when was it. It was here. Oh yeah, by the way, yesterday when I was talking about like the trade that I didn't hedge properly, it was here. It was like this July thing. But anyways, I started doing it at this time because I like hedged a trade here at one point, like not realizing there was a poor high in the TPO because I had like the incorrect settings for like the block size, and then I got like swept on it. So now I have like a bunch of TPOs to see them. But yeah, the Trading View one's a bit shitty though. Like these lines, like this black line, this purple lines, like all these lines. The only reason I have them on the chart is because like they don't load, right? Like if I like have to scroll back to like the past, like these single prints, like until I get to the actual chart, like they don't load. Like how far do you have to go here? So like now it loads on the screen. Which is annoying. And not only that, the TPO only goes so far back. Like once you scroll far back enough on the chart, it doesn't like load it anymore. So the one on TradingView is not very good. It's like a lot better on Exo charts, Trading Lights. The one on Market Monkey Terminal looks pretty cool. Whatever, good enough, good enough. At least they have a TPO. Rather than not having it. I never used TPO. Yeah, I should try it out. Should probably also read the book about it. Was it like I think it's like Markets in Profile by like James Dalton or like Jim Dalton perhaps. What was his name? Markets in Profile. Yeah, James Dalton. But they're useful, right? They're pretty useful. Because like first of all, like they have like different kind of shapes. Which kind of like indicates how value is building throughout the session. Because essentially just are tracking like value, right? That's like you can ignore price essentially. Like you can just hide the price. And like also, you know, like when like value starting to like leave, like because like, it's the same concept as volume profiles, where it's like the 70% is in this value range. So like when you start to see like price get above these like value levels and continue to stay up here, like you know you're starting to see like a change in like value, like moving from one area to the next. Where's this thing? Amongst many other things, right? Like the tails of them. Like is it a good low versus a bad low? Like in this case, it's like there's like a poor high left here, which like signifies that this auction is like not done to the upside yet. Like typically, because like either somebody has like a big order here who's like single-handedly stopping the market from going up, or like, how do I phrase this? Okay, when price is going up, it can reverse like multiple ways, right? It can reverse because there was like an overwhelming amount of supply entering the market, pushing the market back down. Or it can be because somebody just has a big order here, halting the auctioning process. Or like the sellers just like the sell pressure or like the buy pressure let up. But it wasn't that there was overwhelming like supply up here. So like these unfinished highs like this, like kind of indicate to you which one of these things is happening. Because like a lot of times, like you don't want to be taking like a long, for example, if price came down and left like a bad low. It's quite likely it's ending finish first before actually going. So like when you see a big tail like this, it's considered like a strong buying tail, and like the same to the upside. If you see like a big wick on the TPO, it's like a strong selling tail. Like if you really want to know in depth, like just read this book, right? Because he covers it, and there's a lot more to it than just this, but. Also, way to like objectively kind of have bias, right? Like for instance, like the yesterday's TPO is like right here, right? This is the value area high and the value area low. So if today's session like starts spending time below the value area low, that's like a pretty bearish bias, right? Because the value starting to drop of the asset, whatever thing you're trading. And there's also a lot of like trade setups with this. Like for instance, when you have like a balanced TPO, like relatively balanced, it's considered like a balancing day, right? The market is just sitting here at fair value. And a lot of times when you break the balance to one side or the other the next day, like the market continues going that way. So like when you see that, it's like breaking out the TPO value area high on top of the volume value area high. It's like a quite highly probable trade setup. Pretty good to know your tops and bottoms then. Yeah. Plus the other thing is like this thing tracks time imbalances. So like for instance, like this stuff, like whatever, most people call it like a fair value gap, right? These kind of candles, they're called single prints when there's only one row of blocks. Like this is a single print on the TPO, which is why it's like purple here. Like in reality, this whole thing should be purple, but TradingView doesn't do a good job of visualizing it. But a lot of times the market like corrects these imbalances, right? Like it doesn't want to leave these imbalances behind like this. So like when it does leave them behind, that's in this case quite bullish, right? Like we're leaving imbalances behind when you shouldn't be. Dun, 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 dun. And a lot of times these balances will be corrected, which like provides areas of interest to trade at. So like suppose that like I have some volume level here. Like let's just imagine there was like a volume node like this on the volume profile. And the single prints that are like right by the value area low, for example. Like this is like an interesting area to be potentially watching for a trade, right? So there's like the 0.5 fib level, there's the value area low of the node, and like the single print ends there. So kind of just like ding. Which you see a lot, right? If you kind of go back and look through these charts. Boom, boom, boom. Like you'll see it, and the point of control too. That's the other thing. Like these black things are like naked point of controls. So like essentially, it's like the market spend time balancing up here, and like this is the point of control for this profile, and it never got tested again. Like the price just trended away from it. So a lot of times when price like first interacts with this negative point of control, it's basically testing the value here, right? Like should value be here, or like was it right to go away? So people will trade these as well. Boom, 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 boom. Look, obviously nothing's guaranteed, right? At the end of the day, like, it's just kind of a way of identifying like interesting levels to trade at. I'll have to read up and see if I can fit it in my strat. Yeah, plus there's a bunch of like YouTube videos too, right? Like look at it, right? Like the single print, the naked point of control, and the naked point of control again, naked point of control again, naked point of control again. Like they're all seeing pretty good reactions, right? As like pivot points. Here's moving averages, stochastic momentum index, and CPR. What's CPR? Oh, the pivots, the Camila pivots. Interesting. You don't see that too often. Yeah, I'm pretty big on fibs. I'm like a big fibs trader. Well, like volume is always first. I always pay attention to volume first. And then I'm like looking for the time imbalances. And then I'm like have the fib as like the third. Like in this case, for example, like this zone. Like potential like would be like a short scalp kind of thing. I'm already in a short, so I don't really care. But like right at the point of control, right the naked point of control for the TPO, right at like the 7.5, 7.86 zone for the fib. So like if I were to look at the oscillators and there's like bear dips printing here as well, and like the order flow is bearish and whatnot, I'd probably be taking that trade. Yeah, fibs are very powerful, right? Very underrated. I mostly use it as a take profit level, not so much for entry. No, I use them for entries a lot. Like a lot of times I'll have the fib drawn. And like I have my orders like here, like ding, 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 ding. It depends. It depends on the kind of trade I'm taking. Because if price is like nuking, then I'm trying to get filled at the higher level. But if it's just like a typical correction, I'm like aiming to get filled in the zone somewhere. Or like one zone specifically, like depending on like how high of a time frame the fib I'm drawing is on. Plus, like even if you're not using the fib to trade per se, it's like still a good way to monitor price action, right? Because like you're expecting a pullback to here. Oh shit. Like typically you're expecting a pullback to this zone. Like to the golden pocket. So like whether like it bounces there or not, or like breaks through and flips it is like quite telling, right? The probability of sweeping the highs gets higher if this zone gets flipped into like support in this case. And a lot of times there's a lot of like rotations that happen in this fib with price action. Like if you pay attention to it enough. Like a lot of times if it retraces to the 886, it'll come to the golden pocket and then break lower. Or a lot of times it'll come here, go to the 0, go to the 7.5, go to the 0.5, retest the golden pocket, and then start going. So on and so forth, right? There's like many examples of this. The different kinds of rotations that happen within the fib. Exactly how I think of it as well. Yeah, it's pretty common. It's not some like secret per se. Also realize in time and using fibs, there's really no wrong way of setting up your fibs as well. I guess it depends what you mean by setting up. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Like in terms of like how you draw like the anchor points, or do you mean like in terms of like the levels that you have? Like it is a bit subjective, right? I guess there's a bit of like an art to it. Like typically I try to get like a clean impulse for the fib. Like if the price is like doing like this, for example, like I'm not gonna anchor it on this low because it's basically did the whole retrace. I'd rather just anchor it from here to here kind of thing. So like the way I try and do it is like anchor it on like pretty clear pivots, and in a manner that aligns with like the volume and time imbalances. Sometimes I don't want major swing points, rather have smaller ones. Yeah, it just depends what you're watching, right? If you're sitting here trading on the low time frame, then you're just gonna be drawing it on like the 5 minute like this kind of thing. If you're on the daily, you're gonna have it on some like daily pivot, so on and so forth. Like right now, that's why I'm watching this level, right? Like we got like this is the one example of the typical rotation, the 886 to the golden pocket, then it pulled back to the 7.5, 7.86, which is very common, and now we're seeing, are we flipping this zone finally or not? We're not. Fibs are less reliable in trend lines. I don't know about that. I do not know about that. I mean, they can never trade fibs on themselves. Never trade fibs on themselves, I'll tell you that much. But these are incredibly powerful. There's a reason I always have them drawn on my chart. What does the fib have to do with anything? The math. There's math behind the. Go read the Elliott Wave principle. On top of like all traders all using them, on top of being used in algorithms, because you like this is like if you have an algorithm coded And these these two pivots are known, and then so are all of these levels, right? And a lot of people just use the 0.5 level, right? A lot of people just kind of use it this way. But it's super common, right? A lot of traders use the fib. Oh, we don't need to delete that. Whoops. All it's saying is the further you get from a point, the more likely a turnaround is. It has no basis. I wouldn't say that. Like it's you can like gauge strength with it for starters. Like if price pumps to a zone and pulls back and bounces off this level, it's a very strong bounce, right? Whereas if it bounces from here, it's a little weaker. Whereas from bounces it here, it's a little weaker, but like typically the first sign of like real strength. Oh man, you don't believe in the math. Damn, you have not been watching enough. You don't believe in the fibs, that's crazy. I suggest you start using the fib and paying attention to where price bounces, and you'll start to realize that these levels get respected a lot. Bum, 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 bum. That's okay, no one believes it at first, right? Everyone thinks it's nonsense. Until they see it happen like 1,000 times in a row. Just a matter of getting a big enough sample size to believe it. Boom, boom, boom. It's not a level, it's a random line. But it's not though. It's not though. Okay, let's just imagine the market was like perfectly balanced. Then it would be bouncing back and forth, right? And never leave the zone. But it's not perfectly balanced. We know it's not perfectly balanced. So where do you think it's going to retrace? That follows a statistical distribution that captures most of the mean. From 60 to 70%, right? Well, what do you think this level is? So like the slight imbalance that's like more bullish or more bearish is what causes these zones to like react. It's just statistics, just statistics. I draw my fibs on the 15-minute swings and enter on the 1 minute. I love the flibs for Confluence with CPR points. Today I took a long from a CPR weekly pivot and bounced off the 50% fibs. Yeah, plus the 50% is like very common, right? Because to most people it's like anything above it is like the premium and everything below is like discount. But yeah, like as you said, like it's for Confluence, You shouldn't just be drawing a fib on the chart, a naked chart, and being like, oh, price is coming to the 886, then let me just put my limit here and call it a day. It's not that simple. Not quite that simple. Like when there's Confluence to build in there. A trend line is real. But it's not though. We just sat here talking about how trend lines are incredibly subjective, right? There's nothing subjective about this. This is the swing high. or swing low, this is the swing high, and these are the fib levels. Any trader or computer that has this fibs drawn, these are like we all have the same levels. There's no debating this, no arguing this. This is this golden pocket. This is a 786. This is 886. Doesn't matter who you're talking about. Whereas this trend line can be like a million different ways. It can be here, it can be here, it can be here, it can be here. I can be doing it from here, doing it this way, that, like, you know what I mean? There's no. Whereas there's no subjectivity to this. I mean, if you don't believe that's okay, right? But once these swing trades are done and I start scalping more on stream and you see me catching the wick constantly with like pixel perfect entries because I'm using fibs, I think you'll become a believer. People that have been watching here for a while will tell you this. That pixel perfect juice, that juice. My favorite tool out of everything on this screen, like we'll ignore all the imaginary lines that we don't need typically. Kind of put this in here. Put this in here. Because like I really only use 3 indicators, right? The volume profile, the TPO, and like the VWAP. And then like the oscillators and whatever, the rest of the data that's like not on screen. When it comes to stuff on my chart, the fib is like by far, not even close, the favorite thing to use. By far. So I always have them drawn on every screen, right? I have one here, I have one here, and I have one always here. Since I'm not scalping as much, I'm not drawing them in the lower time frames, but typically I have them drawn in the lower time frame too, like this kind of thing. Plus, like for trading harmonics, like if you're like you have to see the fib to see if it meets the harmonic requirements, right? Like I'm not talking about them on stream actively, but like we are watching for harmonics forming, right? Like reversal patterns, etc. Also, when you have like stacking Fibonacci retracements that like align, like suppose right now we had some fib drawn, like I don't know. And not the best example, but like okay, you'll have like a higher time frame fib drawn, and the golden pocket is here, and then you have like a lower time frame fib drawn the other way, and the golden pocket is like aligning with it, and then you have like another fib drawn on an even lower time frame, and the golden pocket is like aligning with it again. So you have like 3 time frames of fibs aligning. Show me the data. Data for what? Data for what? When I first started trading, I should draw my SR manually, and then I learned fibs. Treated fibs as a way to auto draw my SRs. I don't know if I'd use it like that. I mean, whatever. If you do and it works for you, yeah. But I always prioritize volume. Like volume to me is like number 1. Everything comes after volume. So okay, if the fib aligns with the volume zone, then amazing. If not, I'm not gonna just use the fib blindly. How do you add volume profile? Just type in VRVP. visible range volume profile. There's multiple kinds. You can do like the visible range, you can do like the fixed range. Whoops. Fixed range. What's the other one? There's like a third one, right? Well, like the anchored volume profile as well. Like usually I have the visible one. And then as like price action develops over like higher time frames, I'll like mark out the value areas. So like there's one here, 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 here. These are all like fixed range ones. So I'll kind of like watch how price like, reacts to these zones. Like it's like right now, for instance, right? Like this like the point of control is here, value area lows here, value area lows here. So that's why I have this like red box here, right? Because we're trying to see if we can like flip the zone. If so, quite likely we'll be coming up to at least here, and then we'll be watching this. Don't need it though, don't need it. It's kind of a way to really like identify levels of interest more than anything. A lot of people that don't use them. Boom. The volume profile. Yeah, I forgot the other one. It's this one, like the session volume profile, the SVB. So like it just like tracks it like every session with a new profile. Bum, bum, bum. What time is it? We'll have to get 2-hour candle. Okay. Okay. Thing is, I don't know if you can use all these on TradingView for free, right? Like, I don't remember because I've had the paid version for so long. But I think the visible one might not be for free. Yeah, I'd have to like you'd have to try it out. But I think the fixed range one is free, so you can just like draw it manually. Which I guess a bit of a pain in the ass, but better than nothing. Try to use TPO, requires a higher subscription. Yeah, if you use, I think you have to go on. I think this site, like ATAS, has a free TPO, but I think it's for crypto only though. Like I don't think if you can like use the TPO on equities on here, or at least that's how it used to be. I'm not sure. You should have bought it during the Black Friday sale. Pretty cheap. I think they have another one later on in the year though, if I recall correctly. Maybe we can reach out to them, right? Maybe we can get them to give us like free subscriptions to give away on TradingView. I guess our channel's not that big, but maybe down the road they'll do that. Cause I know that they do it with other streamers. That'd be pretty cool. Are you guys excited? Are you guys excited for FOMC? Because I am, boy, I am. Boy. It's like Christmas is early. Shout out to the Fibonacci retracement, right? Also the extensions, right? If you guys want to see a funny clip, you know what? We should put this on the screen for Lyle, right? He doesn't believe in the math, guys. I don't think he believes in the math, but we're gonna have to show him that the math is real. Should we find this clip just to show him? Cause the extensions, right? The extensions for price targets when you're in price discovery. Let's see if we can find this clip. Okay, we got it, How do we switch this? The music talking about trading? Yeah, it is, yeah. They're all like, this song is about swing failure patterns at the value area high.
SFB at the value high. With grand stops, then kiss goodbye. They bought the break.
There's all kinds though. Depends what kind of style of music you like. There's all kind, right? There's like rap songs, like reggae songs, like club music. And they're all like random stuff about trading. Speaking of swing failure patterns, right? Another reason that you want to be watching these poor highs is because a lot of times they'll like swing fail. You make them any percentage, you get the same result. Okay, I want you to explain this clip I'm about to show you to me, and you tell me how this could possibly be, right? You tell me if it's math or if it's not math. We'll see if it's just imaginary lines or not. The thing right. Where's this thing? History tab, god damn. May 20th. About the blue lines. Okay, this video was when is this? July 10th, okay? And in this video, I'm showing a video from, what is that? May 20th, okay? This was from when? May 20th. If you know, you fucking know, right? See the price just pixel fuck that shit. Okay, now, look at how these I drew these things. Couple months from now, we'll see the price just pixel fuck that shit. Oh my god. Okay, and then we're gonna see where price bounce on the way up. Honestly, laughing. These blue fucking lines. These blue lines are from Fibonacci extensions, okay? You tell me if this is math or not math. Watch that clip from fucking May. Goddamn. Goddamn. 1, 2. What? Wait for the other two, right? We're not done yet. What? Every single line down to the fucking pixel. And you're sitting here telling me that it's just fake imaginary lines. Lines that were drawn months in advance using Fibonacci extensions. You tell me, is it fake news or no? Or no? Or no? Or no? Dude, in the link I posted, no, just the blue ones. The rest were just volume levels. There's no link. I don't think you can post links in the YouTube chat. Fake news? Believe what you want to believe, right? You can ask the people that have been here watching since the start. There's a whole year of me trading using Fibonacci retracements. Go back and watch all of them. Like 80% of the trades I take are using a Fib retracement. How are you gonna sit here and tell me it's fake fucking news? There's like fucking 500 hours of live stream trading. I think it's all fucking edited. But yeah, like these yellow lines, these are not like from fibs, right? Like all like the yellow, these are all like either volume or TPO levels. It was the blue ones. These were the fib extensions. And you can go watch a video on May 20th of how I set these blue lines, and then go watch that video from July 10th showing you price bouncing off these things. Never change them once, like months ahead of time. Like, how do you think people set targets like in price discovery? And think they're just waiting for price to just magically reverse before they start shaving? It's just what everyone's doing. Well, look at the candle closes. Okay. Or you know what else you can do? Just go in the Discord and read the market update section, right? When I talk about the trades I'm planning, they're all talking about the fibs, right? And then go look at the trades I took afterwards. Like all the proof is in there. You don't have to watch the video. Also have that option as well. Oh. These things gonna start breaking out here, or what? Or what? Or what? We're not. Here, we're getting something to snack on. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. What should we leave it on? Leave it on this thing? Show me data? I'm showing you the data. There's a little hundreds of hours of it. What more do you need? If you don't believe it, that doesn't make a difference to me, right? But if you use them enough, you'll see what I'm talking about. This 886, the golden pocket thing, like how many times do you need to see this price action play out this exact same way before you start to think, interesting, if that's happening for a reason or not? How many times do you need to see the price break the fib after doing a full retrace at the 1.25 and then come back to the 886 and have a reaction there before you start to think, interesting, why is that happening? How many times does it have to go from the 2.5 to the 7.5 to the 886 and then break the 0.5 and then the golden pocket? first 1, 2, 3, 5 times, you might not believe it, but when you see it like 1,000 fucking times on every single time frame, nothing in that move there's following any of those lines. What do you mean? 886 to the golden pocket to the 786. Now the next question is, does the golden pocket get flipped or not, which is where we're at right now. You can go in the lower time frames and draw fibs yourself and look at it. And like anything else in trading, there's not some like guaranteed 100% works like this every single time, but more often than not, this is exactly how it plays out. That's why I use it for confluence, not definitive. It's like every other thing that you use, right? Do you treat a moving average as like a concrete Bible? No. Do you treat a trend line as a concrete Bible? No. But when you see that these things are interacting a certain way more often than not, obviously there's something to it. Because like think about it, like how many people are using this with like quartiles? Like they're just trading these levels, right? I have to get food. I'm hungry. I have to get food. I am hungry. I'll be back in like a few minutes. We'll leave some of this trading music going.
Gangsta, but math get high. Tree top fader, sketching the top. You long too early, we letting you drop. You jumping green, we loading them shots. Market ain't gangsta, but math get high. Trends, we end them. Chart get jumped. We slide in silence. Tree top, fade God, Marcos.
Locked in. No missing. no slipping. Only hit it. TP hit, that's clean incision. Line got tagged with no revision. Mapped it once, I saw the vision. Tray so tight, it cut precision. Glowing screen, I'm in my pocket. Profit stack, no need to talk it. Numbers dance, I let it rock it. Math on point and they can't mock it. Got my zones drawn perfect, no cap. Entry so clean it could nap. Snipe that field, then watch this snap. Quick kiss line, then boom it clap. Woke up late, still hit my TP. Didn't chase, just played it deeply. Level set like fine machinery. They guess wow, that trade discreetly. Tight stops, big gains. Wrote my move and watched it rain. They play games, I stay sane. Profit and I leave no stain. TP hit, that's clean incision. Line got tagged with no revision. Mapped it once, I saw the vision. Trade so tight, it cut precision. Glowing screen, I'm in my pocket. Profit stack, no need to talk it. Numbers dance, I let it rock it. Math on point and they can't mock it. Precision, precision. No guessing, just vision. No friction, no friction. The mission. Wispy. Wispy. TP hit, that's clean incision. Line got tagged with no revision. Mapped it once, I saw the vision. Trade so tight, it cut precision. Glowing screen, I'm in my pocket. Profit stack, no need to talk it. Numbers dance, I let it rock it. Math on point and they can't mock it. Precision, precision. No guessing, just vision. No friction, no fiction. That fear was the mission.
Ella no baila por vibes, ella baila por datos. Drop it low in la golden Marcos. Get you out of sasu. What? She don't miss, hit the zone exacto. Golden pocket, body perfecto. She pull back deep like retroceso. Then ride that wave sin pretexto. Cadera mueve como price and trend. Bounce down clean, Fibonacci bend. She dip like algo, grip like pen. And that entry click we send. No adivino, I calculate. She ride my line, I match her rate. She don't chase green, she make it bait. And when she drop, I seal that fate. Drop it low, and la golden. Bounce so tight, had to hold it. TP hit, now she own it. Math too clean, can't clone it. Drop it low, en la zona clave. Entry firme, nunca suave. Hit it so sweet, como clave. Golden pocket, ella sabe.
Exactly, it's just a graph. Nothing special about the percentages. I think you need to go learn more about the golden ratio, right? There's like entire books on this. You should go read the Elliott Wave Principle, probably, if you really want to understand the math behind it. And it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't matter, believe it or not. You can trade your trend lines, I'll trade my fibs. Both happy. But yeah, you can go on the Discord and read it, right? There's like I don't know, 200 posts in there about planning my trades using fibs and taking those trades. black magic, perhaps. Could just be imaginary, right? Could just be complete coincidence, I suppose. It is also possible. It is possible. Bro, obviously quite common, right? If not, it wouldn't be like on every single charting platform that you use, like one of the main things. Maybe it's just a self-fulfilling prophecy. Should we watch Market Wizard give us some insights into what they think about the market? We sit here and eat a bit. Where's this thing?
Outcomes and economic and financial events as well. And we're going to be going over a lot of these events with Jason, including where the S&P 500 is headed by the end of the year, what the Fed's going to do by the end of the year, who may be the new Fed chair. People are placing trades on that outcome, and what is oil going to do? All very topical trades that you can find on Kalshi, and that we're going to be examining with a real trader, Jason, today. Kalshi recently also raised $1 billion in Series E funding at an $11 billion valuation. Go to my link down below or scan the QR code here. Use my promo code LIN, L-I-N, and then when you use my promo code, you'll get $10 on your first $100 deposit.
Good to see you too.
When you sign up to Kalshi. Jason, welcome to the show. Good to see you again. Welcome back.
Thanks, David. Good to see you too.
Well, with that said, let's talk about current sentiment. Let's talk about what positioning you're looking at right now and where the crowd is currently sitting. Because like I mentioned in the introduction, everything's going up yet again.
It's bull market. So, that tends to be what happens in a bull market is the markets go up, and I feel like you, me, everyone you talk to, everyone I talk to, everyone talks to, spends an inordinate amount of time talking about where the top is going to be, and I think that indicates the sentiment best. We've been saying for a long time, this is probably the most hated bull market that anybody has ever seen. And it continues to be the most hated bull market that anybody has ever seen. And as soon as it pulls back 3, 4, 5%, it's like, the perma bears come out. This is it. It's over. And they come out with their new reasons.
True.
Where it's the AI bubble or the Japanese carry trade or MSTR and Bitcoin. It's always something that is going to crash the market. So I personally think that continues to be where sentiment is. And I think people spend way too much time trying to figure out where the top is. Even if you're great, you're probably not going to get the exact top. So why bother? You're just selling and watching the market go in your face again. So, the market is in a bull market the majority of the time, David. So it's like a exercise of futility, trying to just all the time be bearish and talk about why it's going to top and talk about this. And it's silly, quite frankly. And you continue to have, passive flows come in every month from everybody's 401k or whatever it is. So there's a continual amount of money that goes into the market and theoretically is not going to stop. And we continue to have central banks and governments the world over pushing the liquidity trade, which is just creating more money that can find its way into the markets. So I don't know. I keep saying if you're fighting, and it will top, obviously, at some point, the market will go down at some point, I think. But, to be betting on that is you're fighting the Fed, which has always been a no-no. You are fighting City Hall, meaning the governments who are pushing liquidity, and you are fighting the tape. So you're going to get what you pay for if that's the way you're going to do this.
One of the things you do as a trader is to look at where the crowd is positioned. So if everybody is overwhelmingly feeling bearish, or if the market or participants are feeling overwhelmingly bullish, and no one's talking about a potential pullback or a recession or a bear market, then you might consider taking the opposite side of the bet. Are we there yet?
I don't believe that we are there yet. No.
Mm-hmm. Okay. There's
a few things.
Yeah.
This is really more coming from, I don't just try to look at, hey, what everybody else is. I also try to think about what I'm thinking or saying, because that's the most honest way to figure out what people are thinking, because my emotions and my reactions, I don't think are necessarily any different than anybody else's. So when I look at what I'm thinking and all that, it's this idea of like that the thing that would make me nervous about it is it almost feels to me like there's no way the market can go down, because if it does go down, then they're going to come in and then they're going to support it again, right? They're going to print more money and and all that. So if they do that, then the market goes right back up. So why would the market ever go down if people know that if it does, they're just going to support it and push it back up again, right? So it kind of feels like there can't really be any large down move. So that thought process, if someone else said that, I would be very nervous. And I'm saying that, so it makes me just as nervous, because I don't think I'm any smarter than anybody else. So that's the one thing that makes me nervous. But other than, I don't know that is necessarily at this point a consensus belief.
Well, the best traders are the ones that are aware of their own intelligence and don't think that they're smarter than everybody else. So you're on the right track there.
Yeah, no, that's a fact. Because you not only have to be smarter than everybody else, you have to be, if that's the way you're going to play it, you have to be smarter than everybody else combined, because that's what's in the price of an asset, is what everybody in the world thinks combined. So you're not going to be that smart, unfortunately.
When it comes to positioning, I know you look at the commitment of traders reports, you look at options, and then what about prediction markets? They've been hitting mainstream news. So this one's from Kalshi. And if you take a look at, they have a number of different categories here. I'm just going to the financials, and they have, how it works is they poll people on certain topics, and they hear it's S&P close price end of 2025, and people can trade on this particular outcome instead of just trading on the S&P directly. There's also economic events, right? But I want to focus on this in particular right now, just for the sake of this particular question. So right now you've got 6,600 to 6,800, 17% chance. The majority, 40% chance, thinks 6,800 to 7,000, which is slightly higher from current levels. And then you've got a 30% secondary majority thinking that it's going to go above 7,000. So bullish to super bullish. That's how this particular platform's participants are feeling, which I think is probably a good reflection of the overall market right now. What do you think? I mean, do you look at stuff like this and think to yourself, okay, well, I mean, it's an easy way to piece crowded sentiment together. If everybody, let's say if this isn't 40%, let's say if it's 90%, then you're probably thinking, gee, I need to think about some stuff here, right?
If money is actually being put to work on that, a poll is one thing. A poll is a poll, doesn't mean a lot to me.
It is a poll, but they're trading. So the payoff is slightly higher for no, because there's a higher payoff for no, because it's not a majority. So yeah, it's basically
40% of the people are essentially saying
markets are going to be flat and up.
Yeah, they're basically right here or slightly up, right?
Yeah.
So I don't know if I'm going to call that massive euphoria, but I haven't looked a lot into this, but I think that it's definitely interesting. I don't know how big the spreads are, how wide the spreads are or anything. I think that probably off the top of my head, the most interesting thing that can be done with this right now, since it's new or new-ish, and since there's probably a lot of money that can't really play on this game yet, the hedge fund money probably isn't set up to play this game yet. There's probably some arbitrage opportunities if the spreads are tight enough here between these type of markets and the actual markets. Like the percentage chance that the Fed is going to cut rates in December or something is a mathematical number you can figure out in the markets and play in the markets mathematically. And then if you could take the other side in this particular place where the number or the odds was different, you could probably arb it out. It was kind of like the early days of Bitcoin and all that, where different exchanges had different prices. And I knew some people that were arbing on two exchanges because it was new and the liquidity at the various places weren't there. So that, I think, might be a very interesting thing that can be done in these type of things.
I wanted to bring this to your attention because prediction markets like Kalshi have been making mainstream news, not just because of people trading on S&P 500 results by the end of the year, but particularly their election trades, which party who will Trump nominate as Fed chair, Trump out as president this year, 1%. these presidential elections or mayoral elections, like Madani in New York, for example, the trades that people have placed on those outcomes have been spot on. And so basically, the closer you get to the actual event of the election, let's say, if the odds are overwhelmingly in one outcome's favor, like in this case, who will Trump nominate as Fed chair? Kevin Hassett. I think this is by next January. Yeah, January 2020. I think I meant before. Yeah. The next. I think that's supposed to be 2026. But anyway, the markets have pretty much been spot on giving outcomes. And so as a trader, you look at this and you think, okay, well, if there's a proven track record for not just this platform, but multiple platforms where traders and people placing trades go here and basically predict outcomes, and their predictions are spot on, well, I can use this to my advantage. I could basically front run the outcome, even though that's how markets are positioned already. I mean, this is a game-changing kind of tool, because prior to this, we had to use other indirect indicators like positioning and options and other reports and whatnot to gauge how people are feeling about Trump versus Biden, for example. We had to rely on polls, which we know are very inaccurate. But markets have called the presidential election. They've called mayoral elections. They've called every single Fed rate cut or hike or decision. And let's see if they're right about Kevin Hassett being Fed chair.
No, I think
how do you use this? Yeah,
I think it's super interesting. Yeah, and I think, okay, so Kevin Hassett's going to be the Fed chair, according to this thing, okay? Well, what do we know about Kevin Hassett, and what do we think he's going to do? And then you have to say, and what is the market thinking is going to happen for that? He's probably going to be, more on the dovish side. So you would want to bet that interest rates were going to come down. Well, how are you going to bet that? You now have a number of ways to bet that. You can do that in the bond markets. That's the most direct way, and particularly on the short end of the bond markets would be the most direct way. But now you want to figure out, if we are going to equate it, there's an 82% chance that he's going to win, according to this thing, if I'm seeing it right? Well, what is the market saying is the chance that there's going to be interest rate cuts? Well, December we know is like 90%, but he's not going to be in December. So the question is, what is the market pricing in that there will be a rate cut once he gets in? I would bet it's probably really close to that 82%, So I don't know where you get the edge there, but there could be. I would think if you search through enough of these things and do enough scenarios, there might be a way to get the edge. I mean, it's the old, wisdom of crowds thing, right? Which is what this really is. That's why they get it right so much. Is it's the wisdom of crowds. The crowd knows, right?
I'm just curious how this stacks up with. So this is Fed decision by December. Fed Watch tool. Let me just go to CME Fed Watch tool and get the percentage there. So this obviously is something that people use, but so you have 89% chance, right? So right now we're at right now we're at 350, 375, 80. That's interesting. Okay, because right now we're at 375 to 400. Yeah, so we're looking at 89% chance of a 25 basis point cut.
Right. Which isn't this guy anyway, because he won't be in office yet. But
interestingly enough, actually, for people that have been kind of following this event going on, like today, for example, like Larry Fink, right, CEO of BlackRock, and the CEO of Coinbase, like Brian Armstrong, they had like a sit-down interview earlier today, and they were talking about the prediction markets as well, and specifically insider trading on the prediction markets, and how it's incentivized and should be legal. That's pretty interesting argument on its behalf, right? Because I talked about this on Discord while I was not streaming in October. But if you go look at these prediction markets, you can like track insider trading accurately, right? Like, there's people that are clearly insider trading, so there's a lot of edge to be derived in some of these prediction markets, on top of being incredibly accurate.
Yeah, and now this is looking at 93. So the market, the bond market here, the CME Fed Watch tool, plus prediction markets, both think that there's going to be an overwhelming chance the Fed's going to cut once more by December.
Yes.
So you can use tools like this to, I don't know how much alpha you're going to get if the entire market is already positioned like this, but it is interesting to look at these kinds of indicators and position yourself accordingly, because if the track record is pretty much perfect,
these guys are saying 93%. These guys are saying 93% chance.
Correct.
Whereas the Fed Watch tool is
saying 89.
89. So there's a 4% difference. So again, I don't know what the bid-ask spread is on any of these type of bets, but if it were super tight, then you could lock in a 4% arbitrage profit there, right?
Wait, how would that work?
Well, if you could buy the 89% chance on the CME and you could sell the 94% chance on this one, right?
Yeah.
Then you just bought 89 and sold 94.
True.
So I would bet that the bid-ask on once you got the bid-ask spread on both of those things, that would probably go away. Without knowing a single thing about it, I would bet if you executed that trade, the slippage from the bid-ask spread and all that would be very, very close to 4%.
Okay, let's just take something else just for the sake of fun, and then we'll move on to something else here. I'm just clicking on something. Gas prices in the U.S. this month. So again, the overwhelming majority of people on this particular trade are predicting above $2.90. Is this per gallon? This must be per gallon. $2.90 per gallon. $2.95. Above 3. Above 2.85. Yeah. I mean, people are putting their own money to work on this, so we're not getting ridiculous answers.
Yeah.
So we get a pretty conservative outcome here. This is just an easy way to see how markets are positioned. So, I mean, this or options or the commitment of traders reports, you look at something like this, and what do you do with that?
Like I say, the first thing to do is look for if there's a big divergence between this and the markets, which I would think that there wouldn't be, but there could be. And try and find an arb in there. I think would be the first thing I would do is look for an arb in there if you could. That'd be the best. That'd be the best thing to do, I think. But like we were saying, you could then take it to the second derivative. Okay, hey, the markets are saying that this guy is going to be the Fed chief. Okay, well, we know that this guy as the Fed chief is going to be dovish. And if that's the case, and we're going to get this dovish Fed chief in, then that is arguably whatever for bonds, right? And you could take it to the next derivative. If he's going to be dovish, that's probably going to be a good thing for stocks, right? So I'd be wanting to play the stock market to the long side if I were believing that dovishness was good for the stock market. Of course, what you really want to do is say, okay, I think that dovishness is good for the stock market, but am I saying anything that everybody else isn't already positioned for is the question, right? That's always the real question, right? And you just look, the market will tell you that anyway. But so then the interesting thing becomes if for me, the way that I trade, the way that I handle the markets, if this guy becomes the Fed chief, everybody was expecting him to become the Fed chief. Everybody believes that he is going to be dovish. Okay, so now the day comes and it is announced that he is going to be the Fed chief. Well, A, where is the market when that comes out? Did it run up in front of that announcement because everybody knew that announcement? And B, how does the market react to that news, right? That should be bullish news.
Sure.
From what we just said. So how did the market react? It's bullish news, but what's the market done? What's it discounted in beforehand, right? The market's a discounting mechanism. So what has it discounted in before that, right? Is it bullish news if the market's at 7,000 already? Is it bullish news if the S&P's at 7,500? Is it bullish news if the S&P's at 8,000? I mean, at some point, that's already discounted in, right? And we don't know the number, but for me, I look at A, the positioning, and B, as a way of what's discounted in, and B, how the market actually reacts to the news. Now, those, to me, are the important things.
Mm-hmm. How are you positioned right now as a trader? I mean, people who trade directly in the stock markets are kind of indirectly doing this. They're making a mental note as to what the S&P is going to do by a certain time frame. I know maybe that's not, you don't pick tops and bottoms, but let's say you have to, here's the S&P 500 chart, right? We're at 68.51, and then you make a mental note to yourself, basically what this particular prediction is doing. Where is the S&P going to close by 2025? Where would you sit if you had to place a trade here? 66 to 68, 68 to 7,000, above 7,000.
This guy just shilling this platform because it sponsors him.
I mean, this is the good thing I think about trading the market rather than trading these things, right?
Yeah.
Because I don't have any skill set whatsoever in predicting where the market's going to be at a certain time, right? Okay. I bet I'm a directional trader. I will be either long or short something, but I don't know. I don't have to worry. If I'm long,
it's kind of pointless on these poly market bets. You might as well buy options. Yeah, I haven't used them, but I've seen people do some pretty interesting and also like effective strategies on here. Plus, not only that, but there's certain people that will like post wallets that they found that are doing like pretty interesting stuff. Like there was one guy who there's like a running market that constantly repeats of like what will like the Bitcoin's price be in the next 15 minutes or something like that, or if it's like above below a certain price in the next 15 minutes. And like this guy was like arbitraging like the yes no. Like whenever like because like typically the bet was pretty even, but whenever the bet got like too lopsided, he'd take the other side of the bet, and he just kept doing this over and over and over. And now he's making like 6 figures doing that repeatedly. Just waits till the thing becomes like unreasonably imbalanced and takes the higher risk reward side of the trade. Amongst many other things, like there's all kinds of like weird things people are doing on here. It's pretty interesting actually. Also, these things are sending right now. Things are sending. Bum, bum, bum. Just got some new 30-minute candles. Can I keep going or not? That's the real question.
I just need to go up, obviously, right? I don't know how much it's going to go up. I would prefer if it went up a lot if I'm long, but I don't know how much it's going to go up. So this is sort of a disadvantage to these people is they could get the direction right, but the amount wrong and lose money. You know, if I get long the S&P right here, and it goes up 2 points between now and the end of the year, well, then at least I made 2 points, right? Where these people that are betting it's going to be up 100 or 200 or whatever, they lose. The market went up 2 points from where they bought it, and they lost all the money because it's a bet, right? It's binary. Either you're right or you're wrong. You get paid or you don't, right?
Right.
So this is more like an option market than anything else, which is why, quite frankly, I don't trade options because I'm not. That's not where I find my skill set to be. For me, options is more about being able to predict volatility than anything else. I don't have a skill set in predicting the volatility of an asset. So with this, it's the same thing. You know, my process tries to find where there's good risk reward directionally, but has no claim to be able to know how much that is going to be, even when right. You know, the hope is that it's more than I think. The reality is it's probably less than I think. But if I can get it right, then over time I'll be fine. So you know that's what I would say about that. It's a different bet. You know, this is an options bet. It looks like more than a directional sort of futures bet to me.
Well, let's move on to the markets themselves then. So let's get your take on stocks, particularly tech stocks and Bitcoin right now. So people were talking about mainstream news and actually social media were basically lit up with fears of an AI bubble popping all throughout November. Remember when Nvidia was going down? It still hasn't recovered from its all-time top.
Are they going to be bullish as fuck? Potentially. Maybe we just like people just like we pump into FOMC, then people sell on the rate cut kind of thing. I'm sure tomorrow's data will be interesting as well. I mean, we'll look at some of this options data afterwards, just kind of see what people are thinking, especially going into next week. And obviously subject to change as the days pass, but we'll have an idea of what they're thinking right now.
And people were talking about this bursting, and despite all this chatter, the NASDAQ composite is still edging higher, still not at its late October high, but rebounded from its mid-November lows. Now, when you hear chatter that there's a bubble, that even executives of tech companies themselves have used the word bubble to describe the current situation, and yet the market continues to ignore that. What does that signal to you?
I think it's silly. Everybody talks bubble every day, bubble. Let's say that you are convinced that it is a bubble. Sure. Okay, good for you. And let's say you have all the evidence in the world that can prove beyond the shadow of a doubt that it's a bubble, which you don't have, but let's say you did. Okay, good for you. And you had that evidence this whole time. Okay, well, then you would have been short this whole time and you would have been losing money. First of all, if it's a bubble, what does that imply? That it's going to drop 80%? Isn't that what a bubble does, right? A bubble drops 80%. Isn't that what we're saying? So if the market is if you are correct and it's a bubble and the market is going to drop 80%, then I don't know why you're in such a rush to get short. You know, because the market is touching very close here anyway to all-time highs. And I've been saying this all along. I'm happy to make the argument that it's a bubble. And I'm happy to make the argument that it's not a bubble. But if it's a bubble and we're going to drop 80%, then I don't know why you have to sell so close to all-time highs. Let the market start to act poorly first, right? Even if you got to sell it down 10% off all-time highs, well, you still got 80% to go. So what's the difference? Don't fight the tape is my point, right? No matter what your belief is, I always say this, no matter how you trade, it doesn't matter. Don't fight the tape. That's all I'm saying. Be bullish, be bearish. I don't care. Have your reasons. I don't care. I'm sure there are great reasons to be either one. But don't fight the tape because that's what loses you money. And like I say, if it's a bubble and you're correct, then you got plenty of room to run. You know, people have been calling this thing a bubble for a long time here. And like I say, if you've been short based on that idea, you're hurting. You know, you're going to end up getting to the point where you're broke and then the bubble does hit. And I saw that in 08. You know, I worked at a pretty large hedge fund, 05, 06, 07, 08. And the macro people from the time I joined in 05 were very bearish because they thought it was a housing bubble, and they were very bearish. And as it turned out, they were totally correct. It was a housing bubble, and the market did crash. But they were shorting it from 05. So by the time 08 rolled around, they couldn't be short anymore because they had lost so much money being short. So they weren't able to take advantage of it in 08. Even the famous, Big Short movie guy, he caught that, but he too was lucky that his investors didn't shut him down because he had been shorting it for 3 years and losing money for 3 years, and that's a very hard thing to do when you have investors who are going to be, breathing down your neck, first of all. And second of all, when it's actually your money, it's even harder because now you're losing money for 3 years. You're telling me that if you would have been shorting the market from 05 to 08 because you thought it was a housing bubble and you were losing money that whole time, that you would have stuck with it? I don't think you would have, So the point being, you have to wait until the market agrees with you. And then by all means, short it because it's a bubble. If in 10 years, this market is, 60% lower than it is now, could we look back to now and say, well, gee, the signs were there? Yes, we could. Certainly. There's certainly signs of that, some of the valuation stuff and the whole thing with the AI and all that. We could certainly look back and point to signs. Sure. But the one sign you can't point to is that the market doesn't go down. So why not wait until that? The other thing I would say is each bubble, I've been through a few of them, is different. And if you really look at what's gone on here over the last few months, you've had a lot of these stocks drop 40, 50, 60, 70%. I understand NVIDIA hasn't, but a lot of the more bubbly, for lack of a better word, type of names have dropped a lot, and kind of did do a bubble thing. Oklo was a great stock, probably dropped, 50, 60% in the last 6-7 weeks or something like that. I did say on Twitter, like the other day, what is a crash? Is it 40%? Is it 60%? Is it 80%? I don't know what the definition of a crash is, but a lot of these stocks have crashed. A lot of these bubbly type stocks have in fact crashed. Not all of them. NVIDIA hasn't. But the other ones certainly have, a few of them, more than a few of them have certainly crashed. These sort of ones that were most in favor the first half of the year, like this Goldman Sachs, what do they call it? Low quality name index type of thing, which all these stocks that weren't making any money, but were benefiting from the hype of AI and they were up 200, 300%, 400. Those things have come down a lot, 50, 60% is a lot, So in a way, we sort of had a correction in there, a big correction, a big bear market in a lot of those names that I don't hear a lot of people talking about. They all want to focus on NVIDIA, but a lot of these other names have, in fact, for lack of a better word, crashed and the bubble has been popped. So that's another way to look at it, I think.
Let's take a look at, you said the stocks are currently in the bull market. You said that in the very beginning of the interview. Let's take a look at Bitcoin then. Is Bitcoin currently still in the bull market? I mean, it was, and it corrected somewhat, and now it's kind of consolidating around its November bottom. What have people been telling you about Bitcoin?
Bitcoin's a tough one, because it's become like religion. There are the people who believe in Bitcoin as the future of the global payments system. And I can't argue with them because, quite frankly, I don't know enough about it. I don't sit here. First of all, I don't really trade Bitcoin. I own a little bit of Bitcoin, not in the accounts that I manage for others, but in like my personal accounts, I own a little bit of Bitcoin. But I don't know. I'm no expert on it. But we have these people who believe very strongly in the religion of Bitcoin, and they're probably never going to sell. Some of those people have been successful in the past. And some of those people that I know have had tremendous failures throughout their entire careers and have been nothing but fades throughout their entire careers. So I really don't have a great read on what Bitcoin is going to do, or whether it certainly isn't in a bull market anymore, but it could be again soon. What I did notice, I was looking last night or 2 days ago, because when Bitcoin was having all its trouble on Monday. Since the first Bitcoin ETF started trading, the exact numbers aren't in front of me, but since that day, let's pick that day, rather than pick random days, because you tell people, oh, Bitcoin is down on the year and has underperformed stocks, and people say, oh, but go back 5 years, and Bitcoin is up, 10,000% and outperforms everything. Yeah. So rather than pick some random day, what about the day? I think the day that you could buy the ETF, because I think that was a game-changing day for Bitcoin. Because up until that point, you had to sort of take some risks that most people don't want to take, right? You had to open up this online wallet and buy it on some exchange.
What was it? It was like January 10th or something, right? Where was it? It was like around here, yeah? Sometime around here. Up 100% since then. Curious what he's going to say in that regard. How are these things looking? Reflipping this level and going. So far so good, yeah? Can these things continue going as well? We're not.
That was owned by people that had proven to be doing some pretty dodgy things, like, Sam Bankman-Fried or whatever. You had to put your trust in these things. You could get hacked, right? And whatever Bitcoin you had could get stolen and all that. So you had to take excess risk to buy Bitcoin back in those days. And with excess risk comes the possibility of excess returns. In fact, over time, financial theory will tell you if you want to earn excess returns, you have to take excess risk. It's pretty simple. Once the Bitcoin ETF started, you no longer really had to take excess risk in Bitcoin. And since that day, Bitcoin has underperformed pretty much everything. The stock market, gold, silver, just about everything. It's up.
Yeah, that was January 2024 was the first spot Bitcoin ETF.
So it's up since then, right? But it's up a lot less than other assets. It's up less than stocks. It's up less than gold. So it hasn't been that great an investment since that day. Since they took the excess risk out of it, it really hasn't been that great an investment.
Interesting.
Will that change? Well,
Well, hang on. Sorry, it's since 2024 it's beaten stocks. So I think you're talking about since 2025 it's underperformed everything else.
Well, I was looking from the first day that first IBIT came out.
IBIT. Okay, let's specifically look at, because the first spot Bitcoin ETF launch was okay. Let's actually, I don't know, when was the IBIT?
I think it was like the 10th, right, or something
Bitcoin
like that.
ETF launched. Let's look it up together.
January 11th, 2024.
Yeah.
So what has Bitcoin done since January 11th, 2024?
It's about 120% since January 2024. Yeah, NASDAQ's up 57 on my screen.
Oh, well, then I'm glad you pointed this out to me, because maybe I got to go back and do some more homework. Wrong, but when I was looking at it on Monday, I had it. I did not have that.
Well, you're right about 2025. It's underperformed, but if you go back since 2024, it's beaten stocks by quite a lot.
And that's including the dump,
If
right?
you start from January 2024, it's up 114%, and then NASDAQ's up 55%. Let's just take a look at gold, see how gold's done during the same period. Gold is up 102%, so very close to Bitcoin.
Okay, well then, look, if that's correct, then I stand corrected. So you can just discount everything I just said about that.
Well, that's all right. Your point still stands. It's lagged behind some stocks, especially this year. If you want to talk about this year in particular, and that's what's been puzzling to people. Because even though if you go all the way back to 2024, which is a long time for Bitcoin's only been around for 14 years, right? So if you take a 2-year history, that's a big chunk of its history. It's outperformed everything else that we talked about. But this year, I think what people are wondering is, why is it? If you look at the blue line here, that's Bitcoin. You look at gold, that's green, and then you look at the NASDAQ composite, that's the bar chart here. And even though Bitcoin still kind of follows the NASDAQ on a correlation basis, the beta on the downside is a lot higher. So the NASDAQ has corrected somewhat between late September and October. Bitcoin has followed that, but just went down a lot more and hasn't really gone back up. And so people are wondering, okay, well, was the capital going to somewhere else? Is it done? I mean, people just sold off on Bitcoin and rotated into something else, and party's over for now. That's what the Bitcoin community is kind of wondering right now.
Yeah, and I wish I had the answer for them. But like I say, I'm no Bitcoin expert, so
sure.
I couldn't tell you.
What do you think about gold? What do you think about this green line that's just, it doesn't stop? It's just this straight line up from 2024. If you want to start from 2024, I mean, look at what it's done. It's just a straight line, basically up.
Going back to what we were talking about before, if we're living in a world where central bank policy and
Jet trades from a fellow creator. Keep going, brother. True. Shout to you. Shout to you. Hopefully the trading is going well. Hopefully your channel is going well as well. We should go to your channel. Bum bum bum. Continuation longs.
And if we go lower, New York will either give us continuation on
Interesting.
going even lower depending on where. It's so obvious. Even since
A futures trader.
This is even why I said
be the distribution.
The distribution that I just said.
Yeah, exactly.
Interesting.
And even if we get this, bro, like.
Well, hopefully this is going well for you as well. Give you a little like, a little sub. Not sure you trade exactly, but interesting.
fiscal policy is to just continually, in one form or another, print money, then clearly, and this is what the Bitcoiners love, right? Because it's about
BTC top in, bottom on October 2026. I mean, interesting way to approach things. You don't have a crystal ball, right? I mean, all of that is possible, but also could be completely wrong. So hopefully you plan accordingly. Big shorts from 110. We might not even make it up there, right? Might reverse right here. Might reverse at 98. Might reverse at 100, 103. Just a general 106 up, 364 down. Never that simple, right? No free lunches in trading. And never quite that simple. Maybe it is, right? With terms to be determined. So far, is playing along with that, but we'll find out pretty soon, right? We can start to reclaim some of these levels and start going or not. So far, seems like the low is in. Seems like we're doing a failed auction at the Valeria low of these volume nodes. Not confirmed yet, but it's in the process, right? The only thing left to do is break this high, and it's confirmed at that point. After that, though, like we'll see, right? I think 98 took the key zone everyone's watching. Took most of the perp liquidity is at right now. And do we start to squeeze from there into the higher levels and then hold them on the back test or not? Who knows? I don't know if you heard of White Phoenix. I was talking to him. We both agree around 33k bear market low. Possibly. Well, historically, Bitcoin has never dropped below the price of production, and that's at like 70k right now. So if it drops to 33k, would be something we'd have to have like a major black swan, right? For it to sell below the price it costs to produce. Have to be some pretty major black swan happening for that. Possible though, it is possible. Also possible we don't, right? The game has changed. Now have like institutional players accumulating via the ETF. On top of having like a constant bid coming in from like 401ks and whatnot. It's a general 73% crash from the peak. We generally crash slightly less than last cycle. Yeah, I mean, if you follow like the past trends, like yeah, like, you can plan things out that way, but like a lot can change. Like today, literally, Larry Fink was at this New York Times event talking about how like he's looking at the flows for the ETF right now, and there's like sovereign funds accumulating from 80K. So like we might not drop below that, right? If you have these massive entities that are just fucking pouring up millions and millions in each purchase. So you never know, right? The game has changed, right? You have to acknowledge the game has changed. We did not have these people in the market before. What's your trading style? How's your trading been? It's good, it's good. I mean, I trade for a living, so hopefully it's going good, or else I'd be broke. How do I trade though? I should have like a notepad, right? I'll just throw it on the screen. Kind of just tells you everything. Notepad. So mostly summarizes it. Quick and easy. You know, kind of identify volume levels, ideally that confluence with time-based imbalances, and then like Fibonacci levels and liquidity. And if they do, then that's a zone I'm looking to trade at potentially if there's edge there. So anything from this next list, ideally multiple of these things happening. And if it is, then I'm taking the trade. If not, then I'm just sitting on my hands and chilling until we get to the next zone. How about you? So check USDT dominance, Model 2 accumulation on the weekly, which is hella bearish for BTC overall. I don't know what Model 2 accumulation is. But it's like reaching pretty high of like a range right now, isn't it? Last I checked, USDT. We'll see, right? Can it break out of this zone or not, I suppose? Also, it's not going to be nearly as reliable as it has been past cycles, right? Because the people that are buying via ETFs like, don't use stable coins. So I should keep that in mind. But yeah, I do like keep track of this for generally, right? Whenever like fear enters the market, people typically like run to stables. Pretty similar, smart money concepts, liquidity structure, order blocks, etc. Yeah, I've never watched ICT stuff, so I'm not particularly familiar, but like, at the end of the day, most people trade the same. Like I use actual data though. I don't like trading the naked chart like he does. Like I'm actually like looking at the order flow. Because like you can have like the same sequence of price action like visually on the chart with like two completely different like scenarios data wise. Oh, I thought that like the smart money concepts was the stuff that like that guy popularized. Trader Geo and White Phoenix. Not familiar. Not too familiar. Trader Geo. Trader Geo. Interesting. What's the other guy? White Phoenix Trader.
You have definitely.
Interesting. I never heard of either one, but Always good to have people to like bounce ideas off of. Uses some, but I don't trade the same way. With ICT. I was never bothered. Like by the time I even knew who that guy was, I'd already like read a bunch of like books on trading and like learned from other random people on YouTube, etc. And then when I saw that there was like thousands of hours, I was like, fuck that. I'm not watching this shit. And not only that, but like in reality, like from what I can tell, like he's just renamed concepts, right? He just renamed concepts that like already exist. Like a fair value gap is a single print on the TPO. An order block is just when there was a bunch of orders on the footprint chart that got passed because there was aggressive buying or selling the other direction. So like there's still the resting limit orders are still there. But the thing is, if you're not using like a footprint chart or any kind of like order flow, then you can't see if those orders remained there or not. And I don't know what the rest of the stuff he like. I don't know like the inverse, whatever he has, blah blah blah. But to me, it just seems like just trading concepts have just been like renamed, like remarketed essentially. Which is fine, whatever, right? Each to their own, I suppose. With White Phoenix is into a ton of content. He's a part of Jason Casper's group. He's been hanging with me and Geo in the Nexus lately. I don't know any of these people. ICT, I can't trade. I don't know. I've never really seen him trade or not, but I do know that there's people that like you integrate his concepts into their trading, and they do trade like fine. I just question the efficacy of it. Like if you're not using any kind of like advanced data like this stuff, like if you're not using like level 2 data, if you're not using the DOM, if you're not like looking at options data, so on and so forth, you're gonna be a lot less efficient. We'll say that. Even if you are like a profitable trader. Like you would have higher win rates, you would like be taking profit more effectively. You'd be avoiding trades sometimes that look good price wise, but when you look at the data, like it doesn't align. It's whatever, right? And everyone aspires to be as efficient as humanly possible. Jason Casper, who's Jason Casper? Also has a pretty big channel. 100+ subs. God damn, god damn. Curious how these people trade. Seems pretty active though. Shout out to that guy. Whoops. Hopefully your trading is going well as well. If you ever want to come chill, feel free, bro. What, like in your Discord or whatever? What was your channel? Where do we put that thing? Probably unlikely because I'm like nerding out during the day and then like I stream in the evening. But like maybe sometime I'll pop through. Like let's say like I hop on and I see you streaming or making a video. I'll probably like come say what's up or something. Well, I'm looking for a link. It's not mine's Geo's, I just posted his. Let's see. I'm trying to find a tab for this. YouTube. Is there no link for it? Geo. If anything, I'll just counter trade you guys, right? I mean, realistically, I'm probably gonna collect sentiment data from your channel, if I'm being honest, just for the lulz. I harvest a bunch of sentiment data from Discord, etc. Or we join that thing? I have to verify my number, why? You got a lot of different opinions in there. I mean, that's how the market works, right? There's always people like... If everyone had the same opinion, there wouldn't be a market to make. Just in my experience, most people don't really know what's going on. Seems that way to me. And also, like, I see it in the sentiment data all the time. It's like quite evident, like the masses don't really know what's going on. I have to verify my number on here. That's such a pain in the ass. Agree completely. Yeah, it's useful. It's very useful, actually. I wish I had more trading data from other people, but like unfortunately you can't get it. Maybe you can buy it somewhere actually. Buying retail trading data. Interesting. Yeah, a lot of scammers. Yeah, I mean, even I do, like, I have like a Discord in here that's not particularly big. But hey, people come in there all the time trying to scam people. They make an account with my picture and like profile name, and they message people asking them for like information and whatnot. It's so ridiculous. People are so lazy. Like, why don't you just learn how to trade? Not waste time scamming people. So I mainly trade. When it comes to like day trading, like scalping or like swing trading, perpetual futures like crypto, usually Bitcoin and ETH just because they're the most liquid. I trade with like a lot of size, so I don't want to get like wrecked by slippage. But I also like swing trading, traditional stock market stuff. Like the typical large caps and whatnot, right? On top of having like long-term spot positions. A little over 4K in the Nexus. Yeah, I joined. I just have to like put in my number and stuff to be able to actually like accept it later. But I saw, yeah, it's like quite a big channel. Quite the large channel. Curious what this course is. This guy sells. Seems like the usual stuff in here, nothing particularly interesting. Range trading, SFPs. Yada yada yada. Interesting. Did you take this course? Did you take this? Boom, boom, boom. Do everything for 100. It's not too inflated like others. I mean, I always think that stuff's a scam, honestly. Like, there's nothing. I just scrolled through this guy's list, and there's nothing in there you can't just learn yourself for free. But it is, well, like, at the end of the day, I suppose it is, like, somewhat more convenient to have it all, like, put together in, like, a course. But I'll never suggest people pay for this stuff, though, personally. It just seems like something that someone would want who's like lazy in terms of learning how to trade themselves. 100 is more for the network than the course. That's why it's included. Interesting. I'm curious to watch this guy trade. The website's busted. The testimonials is the same video. A bit suspicious, right? Because it doesn't mention anything like actually in depth here. And no mention of any options, no mention of order flow, so on and so forth. It makes me think this guy's just like a mediocre trader at best. You gotta fix that shit. I thought it was AI generated at first. I thought it was just like he made like used VO to make what's it called? Testimonials. We're chilling Aza session. He was live trading with Phoenix last 2 nights on Trader Geo channel. I guess we can stream through this, right?
I told you, bro.
At what?
That he wasn't in the
pump and then the dump, the pump and then the dump, the pump and then all happy, healthy, wealthy, guys. There's no for life.
Unless
an X. Oh, China.
the Asia.
I'm just skimming through this guy's thing right now.
Internship where you're gonna get access to my course, my live updates, and I update this shit a lot. I don't want to get banged. I do the banging.
Okay. My face, baby, don't trip.
Don't trip by the
What are the
dip,
chances we
by
go
the
back?
bear trap. This was a bear trap. Wait. What? Trip.
Chances we go. I don't know. Monday lows, guys. Listen. Thing accumulate.
Interesting.
Bro. 80.
The odds we go back to here this week, I think, are very
He's a good
slim.
dude. I've become good friends with him. He's helped me a lot, especially starting my own stuff.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, like on YouTube and whatnot, you mean?
No. The odds that we crap. This
More
depends on what. But if we start closing here, Mondays. I'll say. I'm gonna say.
Well, I'm trying to see if this guy took this trade or not. Like when he has like this trade thing on the screen, does that mean he took it? Like when he has this fucking thing on?
Superstition. Oh, there we go. That's what's up. That's what we want to see.
Never do no wrong if I'm so awful.
Is that what that means?
Two of them. There's one that's called just. I'm taking a loss on this now.
Bro.
Yeah.
93-1. 93.
Invalidate. Fucking moon it. Send it. Moon it. Go. Sing. You should have won it.
Bro. I'm gonna tell you right now, starting secure. It would break its spot, bro. Just hit ban.
Yeah, YouTube shouts me out, brings people to my stuff.
$400 already in front of everyone. What the fuck you doing?
Yeah, that's pretty cool, right? Pretty nice of him, I suppose.
You talking shit? Wait, what?
Like in the ideal world, you have like I don't know. There's pros and cons. There's pros and cons to having like essentially like a trading pod is what you have going on, right? It's like pros and cons. Yeah, like people kind of. One person can be quite specialized in certain niche that others are not, and share that knowledge, and vice versa with other people. On top of like, if suppose you guys were trading all the markets, people can be like monitoring different things, right? Because like there is like thousands of assets to be watching, scanning for, etc.
Who's no 600 big man actually guys, look at this. It'll be moon la.
Yeah. Distribution on the 5-second.
Let's.
I gotta give
Moms are
fucking
sweaty,
what their
mom's
name.
spaghetti. Like, let's go. There's USDT down here.
Interesting.
Guys.
Yes.
Links in the description. Links in the description down below. The free Discord. If you want to join the Nexus, enter the Nexus talk. To say.
Okay, go back in time then. Can you do replay on that or no?
I mean,
It took us.
Up there?
I'm long on Biddy. I'm long on ETH.
Dominance as well. Yeah, I have.
And potentially squeezing here. I thought we were gonna do that here. Like I thought it was gonna just do that.
Bro, look at the VWAP. 2 VWAP slaps. 2 VWAP in there.
Oh, interesting. Interesting.
Here? Like anchored VWAP from here?
Look at your regular VWAP from there. Exactly there. Where you just circled and dropped.
VWAP.
A regular VWAP.
This is the regular one. It just has the extra shit.
Yeah. 3 minute, 2 slaps, drop. I think that's my bread and butter anyways. Like, I'm mostly a view.
Bro, you know when I started trading? When I tell you literally, like...
I have to see more of it. I have to hear like him talk about some of these trades.
The lowest wick of that cluster, so you would look.
But like, is he actually trading? I don't get it. Is he actually trading this stuff or no?
Bro, for the rest of the week, it's up. You can see true divergence because this doesn't... It's not limited. Right? So when I zoom out here on...
It shows the ones, which makes sense.
Yeah, so when I zoom out on Bitcoin right now, what do I see? Well, I see prices making a higher high, and I see open interest is making a lower high. So I'm seeing that shorts are being absorbed here. This is a bear trap, which is why we just now came up. And so it's the same logic. You get a structure flip here. This is just a higher time frame. You get a structure flip to confirm the OI. You can
That's not true. This guy needs to use actual like exo charts. You can actually see how people are positioned.
I need to check what can stop me.
They're interesting.
Stop price from doing this and saying that's a model 2 accumulation. So now I'm gonna check. Well, what can stop me? Okay, I have this zone here. I don't need this anymore. I don't need this low. I don't need this position tool anymore. Oh, I'll just move it out of the way. So this is supply. We hit the supply here, and this hit it and rejected. I longed ETH because USDT hit this. I didn't long. I wasn't.
Yeah.
On everything.
Degen time frame like 15 seconds sometimes.
you know, trading a golden pocket.
Not that degen. Like
You're trading a golden pocket like that?
there are people that trade like tick charts, like world championship traders.
It's just
Like, what's that guy's name? Tick charts. Yeah, I forgot the guy's name, but like, it's like a whole team of traders from Germany, and they trade on tick charts. It's pretty interesting. I don't know if you ever play with them, but tick charts are actually pretty fascinating because you can see exactly when levels break or don't break. Because like it's ticking at the same level, like tick 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 tick, and then as soon as it like snaps, like you kind of know like that level's been like that level in the DOM is breaking.
Added confluence. That's it. All it is. That's it.
Along with other like, intricacies, but
Shabby. I know. It here. So beneath. Let's see. What do we have? What do we not have? We're in. And then probably higher, to be honest. It's true. Ethereum. YouTube. But oh,
is, man. If you should take that look, either
interesting.
It's 97. I think that's VWAP too. There's not much left.
Yeah, this is we'll see. We're probably gonna just honestly chop everybody up for the next, you know, couple hours. You know, on all the Phoenix for one. This I'm like USDT dominance. Like
interesting that he's scalping with USDT dominance open.
Gotta let the field warrior pattern.
ETH specifically, like this is when I noticed that ETH is obsessed with trend lines. If you can still see my screen, this I've seen in 30 like that. What about can? How long we been on for? So, bro, somewhere between 30 and 50, and I did with chill 2 minutes in ETH. Stream like break. I don't want ETH to lose this guy. Let's beat now. I don't want ETH to lose this guy. I'm always not a golden.
I can't tell what he's doing with these boxes though. Like when he's like has these things like drawn on the screen. Like, is it like planning a trade with these? Is he actually taking them?
6, 7. First.
Yeah.
Why couldn't that be a fucking distribution, man?
Tell your teacher you're busy. Mickey Mouse. I mean, I head shorted ETH, but like,
yeah, they're gonna pop out.
You were
and it's I'm in fun.
I have like 2 of them here. One is
okay, but like how big is the engine?
It's 70 cc. 70 cc. And one is 125 cc.
So it's like for like a 10-year-old.
Yeah, bro, very cool.
3, 4, 5. Best from everybody.
Yeah.
Interesting. I'd have to watch more. Hard to comment. Some of it seems a little suspicious. The trades he was planning to be taking, like. But I don't know what exactly what his strategy is either, so hard to comment. Shout out to him though. How long has he been? How long have you been doing this for? When did this thing start? Yeah, 500 videos. It's a lot. It's like a video a day for over a year. I think he's low, bro. I think I'm big, bro. I think he's low, bro. But it's okay. We're not a hater. We're not a hater. Trying out a new strategy recently. Yeah, it's good, right? So it's good to kind of expand your playbook a bit. Like even I do that too, like all the time. Like recently, I was watching a guy who trades using like the Camarilla pivots. And I was like back testing it on Tesla because that's what like I was doing, trading it like out of curiosity to see like how it really works out. Also, like the markets change over time, right? So like edge like can like erode or like require tweaking. I respect the effort though, for sure, right? Like a lot of people don't put in the time. Seems like this guy like puts in the time. Something most can't say. Seems like he needs more data though, right? Sky seems like he needs some more data. Like some of these trades are like just, without even looking at some of the data, these are looking a little suspicious, right? Suspicious time to be taking trades. Like very awkward entries. We probably shouldn't be taking it. Assuming he's actually trading the like drop boxes, whatever. Like getting stopped out like before like liquidity grabs are completed, so on and so forth. Gotta dip, gotta fill out paperwork for this payout. Have a good stream, homie. Catch you later. Yeah, shout out to you. Shout out to you. I'm gonna pop by a couple times and see what's going on with this guy. Maybe we'll poke his brain a little bit. Also curious what some of these indicators are out of curiosity. This like Ichimoku cloud looking oscillator. Yeah, shout out to you guys. Shout out to your little community you guys got going on. Pretty good, right? Pretty good. We'll probably make some money too if people are paying for this stuff. What were we watching? What were we watching before this? Where's this tab? I have so many tabs open now, I'm lost. There you go.
Getting away from fiat currency. Gold's going to go up. And like I say, there doesn't seem to be an end to the desire for these people to continue to print money. So I don't know why. And again, this is the one thing that would make me nervous is saying this, but I don't know why gold would stop or silver would stop, or for that matter, you can make the same argument on Bitcoin. I mean, gold has really no more utility than Bitcoin has. It's a store of value if we want it to be a store of value, right? I guess you could use gold to do other things. I mean, jewelry and whatever, it's a soft metal, but in general, for the most part, it's nothing but a store of value and has been that for thousands of years. And now Bitcoin is supposed to be the same thing. It might not at this point have very many uses, and therefore people will make the argument that it doesn't have intrinsic value. But does gold really have intrinsic value? You know, not very much. And that's worked for thousands of years. So why couldn't it be the same for Bitcoin? I see no reason why it couldn't. You know, there's a few questionable things going on there with MSTR and Michael Saylor and some things that look sort of, at least on the surface, Ponzi-ish, that could affect it. But it's just like anything else. It's not going to affect it if it goes up. You know, it's only going to affect, you know, MSTR is only in trouble if to state the obvious, if Bitcoin goes down, you know, then you got a problem. So as long as Bitcoin is holding in and going up, then it's all fine. So, like I said, I have a few percent of my savings in Bitcoin because I think the potential for it is certainly there. But could I also see it become useless? Yes. Worthless, I should say. I could see that possibility. If you can't see that possibility, then I think you're lying to yourself, because what I've learned over 30 plus years in the markets is anything is possible in financial markets and financial instruments. So I'm not saying Bitcoin is going to be worthless, but I'm saying if you think that there's zero chance of that happening, then I think you're fooling yourself, or you're selling something to somebody, because there's never zero chance of something happening. We don't know. The governments could come out against it. Who knows what could happen, right? You would think that the governments wouldn't come out against it because the Trump organization has decided that they want to invest a lot of money in this stuff. So I wouldn't think that they would come out against it, but yeah.
Okay, let's end on one or two trades that you are bullish on, besides stocks.
I think the short dollars is a good idea.
Okay.
Long things like the yen, long things like Canada, I think are becoming good ideas here.
You're gonna long Canada yen and Canada. Can you just explain why yen and Canada?
It all just comes off of my positioning stuff. That's where I find people are the most short and the most bearish, and now they're starting to react better. In particular, Canada. I think Canada better than yen. Canada is the currency that people are most short, from what I can tell, and it has started to act well in spite of that. So that means that there's a lot of shorts out there that if it continues to act well, they are going to have to cover their shorts. That's the game that I play. So that's why I like that one. As for the rest of them, I'm looking at things like sugar, cotton, things that most people are not going to be interested in. I don't see much edge in the financial stuff right now, which doesn't mean that I would be short. It just means it's not the time for me, based on what I do, to be aggressively long. I still think that if you are going to be playing in the stock market world, you almost always, not always, but almost always want to err to the long side because there's upward drift. So why not take advantage of the upward drift, right? This idea, like I said in the beginning, that everybody's trying to find the top and pick the top and call the top and top. It's silly. It's an exercise in silliness, and it has made them look foolish for the last few years. I see the people on your show and on many other shows just come on week after week after week and say the same thing, and they all have their different reasons. The technical part of it, or the fundamental part of it, or whatever it is. Few people see this and few people see that, and they've just made themselves look foolish, and they continue to make themselves look foolish. Will the stock market go down one day? Probably. But to just continually go on here every week and try and pick the top based on all these things, to me is silly. You err to the long side, and when the market stops acting well, then you can think about pulling back on that. But and it did stop acting well a few weeks ago. It didn't react well to Palantir earnings. It didn't react well to NVIDIA earnings, right? But it continues to, and it didn't act well. Well, those were didn't act well. But then we had a period where the chances of a rate cut in December went down a lot, and the stock market went down with it. That was to be expected. And as soon as the chances of rate cuts went back up to where they are now, the stock market went right back up. So it just shows you that's really what it's all about now. So if the market stops acting well in relation to the whole idea of them cutting rates and the whole idea of more liquidity, then I would get nervous. And then we can talk about, trying to go the other way. But until then, I think it's just silly.
Excellent. Let's close it off here, Jason. Good thoughts today. Thank you for sharing your analysis. Where can we find you?
CrowdedMarketReport.com.
All right, put the link down below.
Well, not
Follow
everything, right?
On YouTube as well. A lot of free YouTube videos come out on there, so you can search on YouTube for Crowded Market Report on YouTube. A lot of videos that you can watch and tell me what a loser I am and all the things that people like.
We're not going to do that.
I love it. I love it.
Okay, well, you can comment on his videos by going to the links down below and follow his work. So thank you for thank you for appearing on the program. You can also comment on this particular video and say whatever you like. But always good to have you, Jason. Always good to have you. See you next time.
Good to be here, David. Thanks.
Thanks for watching.
Usually they're better
like,
than that,
subscribe,
right?
and follow Jason Shapiro down in the links below. And don't forget to use my promo code LIN, L-I-N, when you sign up to Kalshi, the U.S.'s largest.
Enough of that yapping.
$1 million in verified profits. You took $3,000 to over $1 million.
Yeah.
What would you say is the one thing that really stands out to you that allowed you to achieve that sort of return?
Don't start with because that's the easiest way to lose money. I feel like trading, anyone can do it, but it's not for everyone because you're going to have a lot of
Jay Ohtani. Jay is known as one of the most transparent traders out there, documenting almost his entire journey and how he scaled his capital from just $3,000 to over $1 million trading options.
I was making around $50,000 per year at my job. Making $18,000 from trading in a month, starting with $3,000 in February was insanity for me. But the highs are really high. Like, okay, tomorrow I'm going to buy a Lambo, I'm going to buy like 2 houses, whatever.
In this episode, we go over his exact trading process. Jay risks up to $20,000 per trade because he has confidence in his system.
I always believe in dynamic risk. That's my main thing because I can't risk the same amount of money on every single trade because I know that setup is a B- setup and that is an A+ setup. If you know the technicals, that takes like a few weeks, few months to understand. You can make it work in like 3 months because
We always say the same thing.
Like on Tesla, NVIDIA, Apple, Meta, and all these big names, and I trade options on these big names. So I know how the tape reacts and how the tape should react around these major levels. If that is not what is happening, I take.
True.
The #1 podcast in the trading space, the fastest growing, and that's thanks to every single one of you. Hey guys, before we get into this incredible episode, I want to say a massive thank you for all of your support so far on both Words of Wisdom and Chart Fanatics. We have grown immensely and are still the fastest growing channels in the trading industry. Now, a way to give back to every single one of you, if you want profitable strategies, completely go straight on trust in their view. We are back once again and still the #1 trading podcast in the world and the fastest growing thanks to all of you and our incredible guests. We're back here in Dubai and talking about incredible guests. This guest actually was born here in Dubai, moved to India, moved to Australia, and now is back in Dubai. And he likes to say as well, and I agree, it's like a full circle moment. But the interesting thing is, at one point in this trader's journey, he had only $2 in his bank account. When he started trading, he took $3,000 to over $1 million at this point in verified, profitable returns. It's the one and only Jay Ohtani.
Thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure.
My absolute pleasure. Thank you for being here, man. I'm super excited for this, I've been following you for a long time, seeing your content, seeing the transparency. I would say probably one of the most transparent traders out there, which is incredible to see. And I want to dive straight into it. I know we have a lot to cover today.
Yes.
But as I said, and people will probably find it unbelievable, but it's true. You took $3,000 to over $1 million.
Yeah.
Go on, I'll take a
the
piss.
one thing that really stands out to you.
I don't hope, I don't wait, I mark, they move, Mark goes, chill, yo. Imaginary to you, but not the price. Drawn 2 weeks back, still hit twice. No confluence, no fib, no hype. Line too clean, like the math got sliced. Chart slow down when it near my zone. Wig tap like the momentum gone. They thought breakout, I thought fade. I was 10 pips deep in a palisade. No reaction, I just reload. Pit clean like a fingerprint code. Line invisible, weight still known. Yo, hold this has died on a level I own. Imaginary line still print real. Price hit once and sealed the deal. You press buttons, I press steel. Chart show chaos, I just feel. Imaginary marks, no glow, no sound. Came through soft, but broke that round. They never saw, but it came back down. You call that random, I call that crown. Imaginary locks, no glow, no sound. Came through soft, but broke that round. They never saw, but it came back down. You call that random, I call that crown. But I got hit at the edge of space. Line held firm like a golden brace. You saw noise, I saw math. You chase trend, I trap path. Set that level on a Weinstein napkin. Price curve back like it owed me action. Whole move died when the wick got clipped. Mad don't lie, it just flips. I don't move fast, I just set fate. Market bend, I'm a silent wait. Chart don't fake when the edge get close. And I don't speak, just post that ghost. Imaginary line still print no sound. Came through soft but broke that round. They never saw but it came back down. You call that random, I call that crown. Imaginary marks, no glow, no sound. Came through soft but broke that round. They never saw but it came back down. You call that random, I call that crown. The whip don't lie, chart don't ask. They think I predict, but I don't. I remember Marcos. Marcos.
Tap the line, no guessing. Chart so clean, it's a weapon. You buy hype, I'm testing. You chase green, I'm resting. Pull up, slow, then vanish. Fizz mapped out so lavish. 618, I vanish. You get clapped, I planned it. Marcos. Body count high in the order book. One tap fade, didn't even look. Limit fills, get snatched like crooks. Stop hunts, cook, just read the hooks. Tap the line, no guessing. Chart so clean, it's a weapon. You buy hype, I'm testing. You chase green, I'm resting. Pull up slow, then vanish. Fibs mapped out so lavish. 618, I vanish. You get clapped, I planned it. Marcos.
Allowed you to achieve that sort of return? And also, what were some of the biggest hurdles that you faced when doing that?
Yeah, so the one thing I can think about is that resilience. I feel like trading, anyone can do it, but it's not for everyone. Because you're going to have a lot of ups and downs, and depending on that, how you take and how you look after your drawdowns and how you come back from the drawdowns, it's going to decide if you're going to be consistent at the end of the day or not.
True.
So it's going to test your patience, it's going to test your discipline as well. A lot of people talk about discipline, we can get into that as well. But I feel like anyone can do it. It's possible. But you need to have the resilience to work on your mistakes every single day and improve as a trader every single day.
True.
And what's also crazy about that is you've only been trading for 7 years.
Yeah.
Right, so in that time period, that whole 7 years wasn't profitable, right? There was a period
It's
of
a pretty long
learning,
time.
No doubt, probably some losses as well. But if I'm not mistaken, when you took that $3,000 and started with that in that same year, and that was what, about 3-4 years into your journey?
Yes.
Yeah.
2019 I started, and 2020 was my first profitable year.
Incredible.
Yeah.
And like I said, so you took $3,000 at that point to $100,000 in that year, right?
Yeah.
What would you say happened in that particular year? Because even that return there is incredible and really something that a lot of people strive towards. You know, a lot of people started in a similar position to where you did, but they struggle, and no doubt you probably did as well. But what was it about that year in particular? Was it market conditions? Was there something in particular you learned, something that you changed?
Yeah, we all know what happened in 2020. So I was at the right place at the right time. I talk about that. Yes, you need to be lucky. I was at the right place. The market was insane in 2020. Everyone knows about that. But the good thing is that I started in 2019. So when I started in 2019, I started with like just trading in the Australian market. I was in Australia back then, so I was just trading in the Australian market, unable to make money. Then in July 2019 was the first month I actually moved to the US market. So I was trading the US market for the first 6-7 months from July 2019 to approximately, I would say, January, February 2020. And I was losing money every single month. This is all documented on my Instagram. I was losing money every single month. I had a full-time job. That's the beauty and that's the benefit of trading from Australia in the US stock market. Because if you're trading from Australia, I had my full-time job in the morning.
The hours are different.
Because the US market in Australia opens anywhere between 11:30 p.m. to 1:30 a.m. depending on daylight savings. But yeah, I was trading at night, but then I was able to work in the morning as well. So that's where I started. And then 2020, for the first 6-7 months, I was losing money every single month. So I never blew up an account per se, but I was just losing money, and then I was again funding my account, losing money, funding my account, losing money, funding my account. So just paying the tuition fees for the market and try to learn about the market, because that's where a lot of people fail. I get a lot of messages on my Instagram that, okay, I just sold my company and I want to get into stocks. I have like $1 million to trade with. Don't do that. You're going to blow up your whole account. So you need to start out slow. And for me, I did not have the leverage, or I was not that fortunate enough that I had a company to sell or something. I just had my job. So basically I was making $150 in a day from my job. And obviously I can't lose $150 trading, because if I trade, I'm going to go broke. So I started working in 2016. From 2016 to 2019, working at a 9 to 5 back in Australia again, I saved approximately $20,000. And that $20,000 within the first 9-10 months, including the Australian market in 2019, I lost most of it. So by the time it was like 2020, everyone has New Year resolutions, and my resolution was that I want to make it work, because by that time it's been like 6-7 months of trading the US stock market. I knew what I'm doing. I know about the technicals. It was more about understanding myself and how I'm reacting to different situations, like when it comes the mindset of trading. So that's when in January 2020, everyone has New Year resolution. I had the same thing. I need to make it work, but I only had 7,000 by then in my trading in my bank account. So I used $3,000 of that account to fund my trading account. That's where the journey started, from 3K to 100K to $1 million now. I invested $2,000 to buy a course, and then I just had like 7,000 USD in my trading in my bank account. After that, I was only left with $2,000 in my bank account, which turns out to be around 10,000 AUD. It's 1.5 times. So that's where I started in February 2020. I started with a $3,000 account, and that was my first green month. I started with options in 2020, which is very fortunate because of what happened in 2020. So a lot of people say that you were lucky, the COVID market, 2020, the market just rallied, and I started trading options in February, and options went crazy in 2020. You could make like 100% return within a few minutes because the market was just like dropped 50% back above all-time highs. So yes, I was at the right place at the right time, but because of my risk management, what I learned in 2019 helped me to survive the ups and downs of 2020. Because I know a lot of people made money in 2020, but they are nowhere to be seen now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. That was going to be my question in terms of, yes, people could say lucky, but at the end of the day, you would still have to execute properly, still have edge. Because even if it was so-called easy, there's loads of people who also lost money in 2020, not even afterwards, not in terms of like they made money in 2020 and lost it. No doubt there's people losing money in 2022. No matter how easy it was, it comes down to being able to execute efficiently. So my question thereafter was, in regards to, what was that reality then? So 2020, you make these changes, you focus on options, you really made this sort of new resolution, sort of have to make it work, you fund the account, you buy a course. In 2020, were there specific things that you noticed you changed compared to 2019 that helped you to make that profitable return in 2020? And then afterwards, were there any setbacks after 2020, the so-called lucky year, right? The way it was easy, right? What happened after that, right? Was there any drawdown periods? Were there some serious lessons that had to be learned to adapt to new market conditions?
Yeah. So what I learned in 2019 first was the risk management. So as I told you, I only had a job. So I did not have the leverage to risk like $100 a day. So on my platform, I started trading on Dash Trader Pro. You can actually put a stop loss limit that it won't allow you to place any more trades after you hit that stop loss.
Okay.
So I started with just a stop loss of $10, and you can do that with shares. And that's where I started. Like when you're trading stocks, you can put a stop loss of $10, risk like $5 a trade, and just learn about the market. And that risk management that I learned in 2019, the discipline I learned in 2019 helped me in 2020. And the one thing that, like you asked, what did you change in 2020? Again, right place at the right time. But the one thing I changed in January 2020 after buying that course was remove all the indicators from my chart.
Okay.
It's surprising because I remember, and that's what I preach to everyone who is like contacting me, I want to learn trading. Don't start with indicators, because that's the easiest way to lose money. Because when I started in 2019, I was looking on YouTube, how do you trade stocks? And people are saying when the green MACD is crossing the red MACD, when a stock is breaking the 9 and the 50 EMA buy, when the 9 and the 20 EMA are crossing each other, that's a sign of reversal. So I started doing that. And in 2019, for the first 6-7 months when I was losing money, my whole journal, I started maintaining a journal from the very first day itself. And my whole journal was about, I did not take it short because the 9 and the 50 EMA did not cross each other. I should have waited a few more minutes. And I was just not able to make money. One day I'm going to make like $10, the next day I'm going to lose $20, but at the end of the month, I was losing money every single month. Then in 2020, I removed all the indicators from my chart. And February was the year I started making money. So once I removed all the indicators from the chart, because as a beginner trader, you feel like indicators are going to indicate where to buy and sell.
Yeah.
But indicators are not supposed to dictate your trading. They're supposed to indicate your trading. That's what the name is, indicators. It's not like dictatorship, buy and sell right here. So indicators, then eventually, slowly and steadily, I started adding indicators to my trading. They indicate my trading. So I know, like, okay, if this indicator is telling me the stock is too extended, I won't take it. But just for buying and selling, that's what I changed about my trading in 2020, January. And February is when I started to actually look at the market from a different perspective. I was like, okay, this candle is strong. So that's where I started basically. This candle is really strong. This is a doji. This is an indecisive candle. That's where I started. And then I started incorporating tape reading to my trading now, so which took my trading to the next level. So if you ask me, yes, a lot of people made money in 2020, but why was it happening? There was a lot of confidence on the tape, and that's what I call the market DNA strategy. You're not only looking at the buyers and sellers, you're not only looking at the technicals, you're joining the two things together along with the market context and the market sentiment to find a really good setup. And the market sentiment in 2020 shifted within a few months. We had a drop in February, March, and April, the market recovered everything, and I could see that on the tape. So February 2020 was my first green month. I made approximately $3,000. Then in March, I think I made the same, like $2,000-3,000. And then April was a crazy month for the market. I remember trading Amazon basically every single day. And because of everyone working from home, Amazon stock just rallied because people were buying on Amazon. I made $18,000.
Must have been crazy.
For me, I was making around $50,000 per year at my job. Making $18,000 from trading in a year, in a month, starting with $3,000 in February was insanity for me. And that's where I just like switched my trading completely to $100,000 by the end of September.
Let's take a break for a minute there, guys, because I want to tell you about our incredible sponsor, Alpha Prime. The first of its trade time. Tell you, build access to and what during these periods look like though. 20% off all challenges. Link is in the description below. Now let's get back to the episode. And what does that look like though in reality? So $3,000, you make free, they make 18. Are you withdrawing during these periods, or are you leaving it into compound? Like, where are you at that point in time? COVID's taking place. Are you still working, or are you purely on trading? And then yes, are you withdrawing or are you leaving it to compound?
Yeah. So I was working. I had my full-time job. That's what even when I was making 6 figures, I made my first 6 figures from trading. I still had my job because everyone says that yes, you got lucky. I also thought the same thing. I got lucky. Like this market is not real. Like what is happening in 2020 won't keep on happening every single year. So I was like, okay, this is maybe lucky. I might lose everything. I was in the same thought process. Like when you start trading, I wasn't withdrawing anything for the first few months because everyone when they start, they have a dream of having a 6 figures account. Like I had a dream. Okay, I want to take my account to 3K to 100K. Yes, I was withdrawing like a few $1,000s here and there, but now my withdrawing is a lot different than to what it was in 2020. We can talk about that. But when I started, basically I withdrew. I remember the first withdrawal was in 2021, to be honest. In 2020, I was withdrawing 2-3K, but the first big withdrawal was in 2021, and that's when I had my big loss as well. We can talk about that. Yeah, so 2020, everyone was like, you got lucky, the market is lucky. I was in the same boat. So from February to September, I took my 3K account to 100K. And then I ended that year with 6 figures in profits overall, 2021. And then in January, I had a green month. In February or March, I remember, like Google reported earnings. And I was expecting Google gapped up after the earnings. I think they announced a stock split, something like that. This was in 2021. I entered Google right off the open. And I went like big size because I had a 6 figures account. So I invested approximately $80,000-$90,000 on that trade. And if you trade options after the earnings, the IV is high. IV is implied volatility, so the premiums are very jacked up. So you're paying a lot for that premium. And if the stock doesn't do what you want it to do, and if you're on the wrong side of the trade, yes, the premiums are going to drop in value, but the IV is also going to drop. So you lose a lot. I lost like 40-50% of my investment within 2 minutes.
Wow.
And I lost like $40,000. I have talked about that, this loss on my YouTube as well. That set me back a lot because at the moment, $40,000, yes, I can lose it. I'm going to dread about that for like 1 or 2 days.
It's funny how like everyone has like that one fucking loss, which was like the bitch slapped you so fucking hard, you just woke up permanently, right? I still remember mine. I got fucking bitch slapped. Bitch fucking slapped. Where was this shit? He was here. It was like in June or July, but it was like a CPI or PPI day, and I thought I was fucking him. Thought I was fucking him, and I fucking went max leverage, max size they allow you, on the PPI pump, and this shit was like just fucking sending. Like, I'm like juice, and then I didn't even put my stop loss break even, nothing, right? I thought I was just gonna keep sending, and then it came right fucking back. And then when it invalidated the trade, I'm like, fuck it, I'm gonna short that bitch. So I flipped the position, same thing, full size max leverage short, juice, and then boom. But I got the double got, right? Not the single got, the double got. After that, never again, never fucking again, right? Never again. Damn near threw my PC out the fucking window that day. Learned real fucking quick, right?
Me a year to make 100K, like 9 months approximately. To losing $40,000 on one trade, that messed me up big time. I was like depressed. I was stressed. I was just like walking around my house for the next few weeks with a sad face. When a lot of people don't talk about that, but that's the reality of trading.
I want to dive into that properly in just a moment, but I want to make sure we don't skip over 2 things in terms of that run-up. The 2 things being, and I'll ask them both at the same time to make sure I don't forget any, but one being, in terms of the tape reading, what was that like for you at that time? Because content-wise now, there's still not crazy amounts of like good quality content on it, but there are decent amounts now. But back then, I can imagine there was barely anything in terms of YouTube-wise.
Really?
So what did that look like for you in terms
Wasn't
of
like Axia Futures and whatnot was around.
About the tape and level 2 data. How was it daunting? Was it difficult? Just to give some feedback, because a lot of people are interested now, which I'm really glad to see, and you're part of that revolution, if you will, or change in mindset. And the second question, sorry, was just in regards to size and risk for your trades. So when you're obviously trading with $3,000, to achieve the sort of returns you were, so the $18,000 month, for example, and then obviously 100K in total profits by September, what was the reality of your risk during that period of time? Were you scaling? Were you being dynamic? Or were you just keeping it still quite relatively in line with what most people would assume?
Yeah, so 2 questions here. The first is the tape reading. So tape reading is something that I realized it's going to help me with my trading in 2020 itself, 2019 end in 2020. So I started learning about that. I bought like a few PDFs. I don't remember where I got them from, but it's basically understanding what the buyers and sellers are doing in real time. A lot of people talk about break and retest and bull flag and bear flag and Fibonacci levels. Like I trade everything. So I trade bull flags, I trade break and retest, I trade bear flags, I trade trend lines, I trade all these patterns in context with the help of tape reading. Because if the break and retest is being held on the tape and I can see that the sellers are being absorbed, for example, we are going towards the upside. We go for the retest of a level. And then I see that at the retest, the sellers are getting absorbed, or we are seeing passive buyers here, or we are seeing passive aggressive, passive buyers here, or the passive sellers here, then I can look for my opportunity to take it towards the upside, or maybe the break and retest might fail and I can take it towards the downside. So it's all in the market context. And that's when I started focusing on tape reading. I have a few platforms I use. Bookmap is a good platform. Dash Trader Pro is a good platform to actually focus on tape reading. And that's what helped me change my trading completely and take my account from 3K to 100K. But even after that, I think tape reading is something that only keeps on getting better with time and experience. It's like driving. When you drive a car for the very first time, you are going to make a few mistakes. But then after a few years, it's just like subconscious mind. So at this moment, I have recorded on my YouTube as well live trading. Like it's my intuition. I automatically look at, okay, this thing is happening, that thing is happening. For example, when you start to learn to drive your car, it's going to be like, okay, I have to press the gas at the right time, change the gears if you have a stick car or whatever, then I have to give the blinkers on, but now it's automatic. Same thing happens with trading. For the very first time, it's going to look daunting. Like you're looking at the tape, what the buyer is doing, what the seller is doing, but eventually with time and experience, it just keeps on getting better and better and better. So at this moment, every stock has a personality as well on the tape. So if I trade a random stock, I don't know what that stock is going to look like on the tape. So my usual setups are like on Tesla, Nvidia, Apple, Meta, and all these big names, and I trade options on these big names. So I know how the tape reacts and how the tape should react around these major levels. If that is not what
that's true, that's true, right? That's pretty true. That's part of the reason why I like trading Bitcoin specifically. So we're like so used to it at this point. I'm like, you can tell, right? Whenever I have like the tape open, and you can just tell when something's happening or not happening. As soon as that thing starts flashing a sea of green or red, you know shit's going down.
happening, I take a backseat, I lower my position sizing, or maybe I cut my size by half, or maybe I even exit the position. And I do that. I have a lot of live trading on my YouTube, and they say that, how did you exit right there? How did you know? I try to explain that, but until you focus on tape reading, record your screens every single day, and then go through that screen and see what happened near the major levels, you won't know how to read the tape. So that is one thing. The second thing about the risk management that you asked. So the risk management, I always believe in dynamic risk. That's my main thing, because I can't risk the same amount of money on every single trade, because I know that setup is a B- setup and that is an A+ setup. Now, there will be two scenarios, two kind of people. They will be like, why do you even trade the B- setup? Because no one is perfect. Like, you're going to trade these setups. It's like, if I like a setup a lot, it's an A+ setup, I can size up on it a lot. So I can give you an example from last week itself. Last week on Thursday, I made like approximately $44,000 on NVIDIA, and I invested $100,000 on that trade. So the investment was $100,000, overall profit was $50,000 on that trade. Overall, I ended the day with 44K green. That was a 50% return. And yesterday itself, I did not like the market a lot. That is live trading on my YouTube, you guys can see. And I sized down. I only took like 10 contracts, 20 contracts, that's why. So I feel like if you see your edge, if you see a good setup, along with tape reading, verifying all the criteria that you want to look for on a stock for a push towards the upside or downside, then I can size up. And that intuition, so my risk management is tied with tape reading as well. So I look at a setup. For the technical analysis, people just look purely based on technicals. Every break and retest is the same. Yeah. Except, like, yes, okay, people will say that you can focus on the daily chart, you can focus on the 5-minute chart. Yes, okay. If you trade the daily chart, and if you look at break and retest on the daily chart, all the setups for you are the same. But for me, they're not the same. Because when I look at the break and retest, I look like if it's a retest or a fake out. And based on that, it gives me the confidence to size up or size down. So I had the same stock like on NVIDIA on Thursday last week. I made $50,000. I saw that the retest is holding. So I entered my position, started a position, entered big size. Within like 10 to 15 minutes, I was up $50,000. Yesterday, I took AVGO. Similar kind of setup based on the technicals, but I just went in with like 10 or 20 contracts, and it wasn't a good setup, apparently. I just made like $2,000, $3,000, lost like $2,000, $3,000, ended the day break even. So that's the thing, that tape reading gives you a bit more context behind the scenes. Yes, a bull flag is going to work, but if you're seeing that based on the technical analysis, even if you incorporate the volume analysis, yeah, the upside move should be on high volume, consolidation should be on low volume. These are the basics of price action. But if you look at volume by price and volume by time as well, it's going to help you a lot. Volume by time is that you're looking at, okay, that 5-minute bar at high volume. But if you actually look at volume by price, what is happening near the bull flag? Is the bull flag holding? Are the sellers getting absorbed? And the buyers are, and there's something called action or reaction. A lot of things about tape reading, this is like 7 years of experience. A lot of times we see on the tape that there's a lot of action by the sellers, but no reaction. That was what happened with the NVIDIA trade. It was trying to push down, NVIDIA gapped up. That was, I think, 8th or 9th of October, not the exact date, last week, Thursday, whatever that was. NVIDIA pushed down slightly, and near that, we had a lot of action from the sellers, but no reaction. There was no reaction on the tape. There was action on the tape from the sellers. We were seeing big selling coming into the picture, but it was not pushing down. So someone is absorbing that selling pressure. That gave me the confidence that if it actually pushes towards the upside, the buyers are strong near low of the day. And if it actually pushes towards the upside, all the break and retest traders, along with the breakout traders, they're going to enter. So I can start a position, and when they enter, I can even add to my position for a bigger push towards the upside. So this is what tape reading gives you. It gives you really good entries and exits. And based on that, I can change my risk as well.
As you just mentioned there, in terms of entries, exit, even trade management, like it will give you a lot more confidence behind your trades. So would you say that really for you, tape reading became the foundation, as you described it, the DNA of the market, because you're now looking at the actual mechanics behind the candlesticks that most people focus on, or even the actual data that these indicators are trying to work off, is the buying and selling. And that's exactly what the marketplace is, right? It all comes down to buying and selling. We could all talk about strategies and theories and concepts. But in reality, each one of those, regardless of what it is, does come down to buying and selling that's happening in the market. And then tape reading opens that door, if you will, to seeing the buyers, the sellers, the interaction between them, the volume, as you said as well. So would you say that really is the foundation of your trading that then allows you to decide on execution, on risk management? Like everything else branches off that tape reading.
Yeah. So when we talk about stock market, there's a very big misconception that stock market is like any other market. It's stock market. It's not stock technicals or stock indicators. So what do I mean by that is that it's like any other market. You go to a supermarket, and if you're thinking of buying, like say for example, a new iPhone, are you going to look at like, is the price of the iPhone crossing the 9 and the 50 EMA? Like that's the same thing about the stock market. Stock market is made up of the buyers and sellers, not the indicators. Yes, the indicators can indicate if the trend is going towards the upside or downside. If there are buyers, there are more buyers, the price is going to go towards the upside. But then at the end of the day, the stock market is made up of buyers and sellers. So if you start focusing on that, what are the buyers and sellers doing? Are the buyers aggressive or are the sellers aggressive? That's the foundation of my strategy. The market. Understanding.
Okay, what he's saying is true, right? But the statement about like the 9 EMA stuff is not necessarily true, because like, there are tons of people that are algorithmic trading using these things, right? These exact things, They're not concerned with buyers and sellers per se. Like the algorithm is not keying off of like fucking bookmap data. So
technicals along with the market context as well, if the stock is holding stronger than the market or weaker than the market. For example, the chip sector stock recently had a crazy rally towards the upside. Anything related to OpenAI news or ChatGPT news, like we had a news recently, OpenAI signed a deal with AMD or something, AMD gapped up. And then for the first 2 days, it did not do anything. The third day, it just rallied towards the upside. So when we have this market context, because the indicators won't help you. If the stock gaps up 25-30%, what like the indicators are going to be messed up. The 9 and the 20 EMA won't be crossing each other. The indicators are going to be messed up. But those are my best days because now I know that there will be activity from the buyers and sellers on that stock. I look at something called RVOL as well, which is relative volume. That shows that if that particular stock is doing higher or lower volume compared to the average volume at that time compared to the past 14 or 20 days, depending on the setting. So if the RVOL is high, as a momentum trader, I like it because I feel like there's more activity from the buyers and sellers. And if there is more activity, I will be able to see better signs on the tape, on the bookmap, what the buyers and sellers are doing. Because if the RVOL is low, say for example 60-70%, then I know the algos are trading it. So algos don't trade based on sentiment, and I capitalize based on the sentiment. So if the RVOL, I know that if it's like 60-70%, that means it's doing 60-70% of the average volume it does on a usual basis. Yeah. So that means the algos are trading that stock. Not a lot of humans are involved. So we won't see a lot of panic. We won't see a lot of confidence. We won't see the human emotions. But whenever we get a news like this,
which the volatility is lower than in those periods as well.
Yeah. And you can't see the sentiment then because algos don't trade based on sentiment. But now when we have some news,
that's not true at all. That's not true at all. They definitely have sentiment involved in that.
And then on top of that, I incorporate tape reading. You can actually sense if there's confidence in the market or panic in the market.
In terms of the tape reading, and this will be the last 1 or 2 questions, and we'll move on to that loss again. But you mentioned about obviously learning it. You know, in the beginning, you will overthink. It's a learning process. There's a lot of things to take on board. But one thing you mentioned that you did was you would record the tape live. So you'll be trading it live, trying to take in the information, but you would review that tape thereafter. Why is that important? And how much did that actually help you in terms of developing your skill set and your eyes for reading the tape?
Yeah, so tape reading is something that, yes, you can look at a dead chart. I can find 15 different entries and exits. I could have made money here. I could have made money there. But tape reading is something you actually have to go back and see what the tape was doing near major levels. So I started recording my screens back in 2019 itself. So I record my trading screen every single day. And recently I actually started posting my screen. So I was like, okay, I'm recording my screen anyways. Might as well post it on YouTube. So that's what I've been doing recently. But I just record my screens, and then near the major levels, I get this question a lot. How do you get better at tape reading? And just record your screen and watch the recording every single day. That's what you have to do. These days, I don't do it every single day because it's been 7 years of experience now, but I do it like once a week. And I just look at, and you also become efficient where to look at these signs, what the buyers are doing, what the sellers are doing. I have a lot of concepts based on tape reading. The buyers are getting absorbed. We are seeing ladder support. We are seeing some ladder resistance. We are seeing the bid refill or the ask refill. So I have a lot of these concepts, and then I have to see if these concepts are holding nicely near the major levels. You don't have to look at the tape every single second of the market open. You're going to go looking at the screens and looking at the numbers. But you just have to see what the tape is doing near the major levels, and I call these levels of significance.
That's very true, right? That's like for instance, I use a lot of different things, right? Because each one gives you like some probabilistic insight of how to analyze things. But in reality, you're not looking at all these things all the time, right? Like once I'm going to be looking to take a trade at the zone when we're getting here and everything's aligning, I'm no longer paying attention to like the TPO and the volume profile, whatever, right? I'm just simply looking at the order flow and waiting for like a structure change kind of thing, like a specific candle to print. So in reality, a lot of times you're paying attention to certain things at certain points in time, but other than that, you're not paying attention. Quite the dildo printing here. God damn. God damn. God damn.
Your levels on the higher time frames, but you can mark 50 different levels on the daily chart. Like if you give me a $5 range on a stock like Tesla, or like maybe on NVIDIA, or a $20 range on Tesla, I can mark like 15-20 different levels on the daily chart, but not all these levels are important. That's why when people say mark your levels on the higher time frame, it's very vague. You need to mark the important levels on the higher time frames, and I call these levels of significance. So what happens near these levels of significance? For example, the stock pushes towards the upside 40-50%, and then it rejects from a level, drops 30%. So we know a lot of people shorted that stock right there, or maybe they exited their position. Some big thing happened right there. That is going to be my level of significance. Then yes, along the way it's going to pull back down like 2-3% up or down. Those are not important levels. But where the stock reverses or bounces, where are we going to have a lot of stop losses? Where the big orders are stacked? These are the levels of significance. And when I see that the stock is holding near these levels of significance, maybe after a gap up or gap gap down based on news catalyst. And then I'm going to see if the buyers are holding strong near that level of significance or the sellers are holding strong. And depending on that, you get better at executing. And this thing happens with recording your screen. So I have been recording my screens every single day for the past like 7 years now. I have a lot of recording, but I keep deleting the recordings also because the thing is that the market keeps on changing and you have to adapt your strategy.
I'm gonna rewind that for a sec.
A lot of exit. Let's see if that the purses or bound. Then yes, along the way it's gonna put right there, or maybe they exited their position. Some big thing happened right. Level drops happens near these levels of significance. You need to mark the important levels on the higher time frames, and I call these levels of significance. So what happens near these levels of significance? For example, the stock pushes towards the upside 40-50%, and then it rejects from a level, drops 30%. So we know a lot of people shorted that stock right there, or maybe they exited their position. Some big thing happened right there. That is gonna be my level of significance. Then yes, along the way it's gonna pull back down like 2-3% up or down. Those are not important levels. But where the stock reverses or bounces, where are we gonna have a lot of stop losses? Where the big orders are stacked? These are the levels of significance. And when I see that the stock is holding near these levels of significance, maybe after a gap up or gap down based on news catalyst, and then I'm going to see if the buyers are holding strong near that level of significance or the sellers are holding strong. And depending on that, you get better at executing. And this thing happens with recording your screens. So I have been recording my screens every single day for the past like 7 years now. I have a lot of recording, but I keep deleting the recordings also because the thing is that the market keeps on changing and you have to adapt your strategy to the current market conditions. If I start looking at the tape from 2020, it won't help me at the moment because the market has changed. So you have to keep recording your screens. I would say keep like 6 months worth of recordings. And especially I delete all the recordings except the playbook setups. If like, for example, the NVIDIA trade I talked about recently, I made like $93,000 on Tesla. I have a recording of that tape because I want to look back, maybe even 3 years down the line, maybe I'm not doing too well. I hope I do well. Yeah. But if I'm not doing too well, I can go back and look at the tape. Okay, I was executing really well back then. What did I change? What is happening to the market?
So moving on from that, and I would implore everyone to really take advice when it comes to the level 2 data, when it comes to reading the tape, and really take that on board, because some of the best traders that we've had on the podcast, on Chart Fanatics channel as well, they're trading level 2 data. They're using it in confluence with technicals, in confluence with what they do. Some just use the tape as well. But it makes a huge difference, and it's definitely something worth knowing, even if you end up learning about it and you don't want to use it. I find that hard to believe. I haven't seen someone do that yet, but people have really, as you said, built more confidence in their execution, built more confidence in their technical ability as well, in their management, in their take profit areas. And I find it interesting, like you said, like you will use technicals, not one specific strategy, but you can use any of them, because when you understand the tape and then you're able to align something over it, that then just double confirms what you're looking at. And also it's kind of taking the mentality of, okay, this is what the majority of people are probably seeing, the majority of retail traders who aren't using level 2, this is what they will be looking at, and then it allows you to, of course, make your decisions accordingly. But moving on to that loss then, so you had that 2020 year, incredible green year. Going into that February, you take this very large loss very quickly as well, by the sounds of it. Did you say that 40 to 50K in 2 minutes?
4 minutes, yeah.
And then you struggled.
Yeah.
What did that struggle actually look like for you? And then what was the thing what were the things, or how long did it take you to then overcome that?
It was a really bad period of my life because, as I mentioned that, I briefly mentioned that I was working in the morning and I was trading at night, but no one asked me, like, when were you sleeping?
Yeah.
So that's the thing. I was sleep deprived in Australia. And if you are not sleeping properly, if you're sleep deprived, it's gonna mess up your hormones and everything. Like, you feel just sad and depressed all
True.
And after that loss, because when I took my 3K account to 100K account, I don't care if I'm not sleeping or whatever. I'm making money. That's fine. Okay, my life is going good. I'm gonna like quit my job and buy these things. Everything is like good. Then when I lost like that for $40,000, it actually carried forward for the next few months. It's not like I was losing more money, but it just ruined my confidence. That's the thing I tell everyone. Like, if you take a loss on a good setup, it's okay. But if you take a loss, like even the loss is not that big of a loss based on P&L, but if it's like a stupid setup, it's gonna mess up your confidence. And that confidence and your mindset is it's the opportunity cost. For example, today is a trading day and I take a loss on a stupid setup. I know like I should not have taken that loss. That's gonna affect my confidence that, damn, I can't stick to my rules. I can't do this. I told myself that I'm not gonna trade SPY, or I'm not gonna trade this stock. I'm not gonna trade that stock. I still traded that stock. I lost money. That is the self-talk you have. And that ruins your confidence. So maybe tomorrow I see a playbook setup on maybe my usual stocks like Tesla, NVIDIA, Apple. I won't be able to execute because my confidence is low. And
I don't know. When we watched the video of him doing the trades breakdown, he said the same thing. I disagreed then. It's the same logic, disagreeing, right? This is like essentially what he's doing is like, this is what happened to him, and he's like speaking as if this happens to everyone. It's not the case, right?
My confidence was shattered for the next few months, and at the same time, because I had my full-time job.
But to be fair, I'm sure a lot of people do feel the same way, or have the same thing occur. So him talking about it and how he potentially addressed it, helpful.
I was working in IT, so we had a migration at a job. So that was like a big migration. I was working 12 to 13 hour shift at my job, followed by trading. So my usual day routine during that time, after the loss, was I was waking up around 7 a.m. to start my work at 8 a.m. and then I was finishing my work around 8 p.m. coming back home and then just like having dinner, trying to sleep. Again, like I couldn't sleep because if you have something in mind that, okay, I want to start trading at 11:30 p.m., you won't be able to sleep at 8 p.m. Like, it's like I have to wake up again. And then after that big loss, if I take another loss again after like 11:30 p.m., so I trade for the first 1 or 2 hours of the market open, the US market open. That was 11:30 p.m. in Australia, depending on daylight savings, 11:30 p.m. or 1:30 a.m. And if you take a loss again, you can't sleep. Like, I can't sleep. First of all, the stress of the job, we had the migration at the job, and then I was just unable to sleep, because if you take a loss after $40,000, I was just unable to sleep. There was a period I was just not sleeping for 72 hours straight. It had a lot of side effects. I got like a lot of hot flashes as well. Like in Australia, I used to just lie down in bed, 3 degrees Celsius, like pretty cold, but I was still sweating.
72 hours is a
That's
lot.
like crazy. It was really bad. I had a lot of physical health issues as well. But I remember this one time vividly during the migration period, and after the loss, after a few weeks of this loss, slowly the stress kept on building up in my body. I left my job around like 7:30, 8 p.m. After the migration. I was driving home. I just couldn't drive. I couldn't drive. Like for the sake of me, I was just like not able to drive. I was just like not able to understand what is happening in front of me. So I pulled over and I started bawling. Like I started crying like crazy. I don't know what happened, just a mental breakdown. And after that, I was like, okay, I'm either going to break my body or I'm going to just like, I'm making money from trading. I lost 40K. It's okay, but I need to make it work. And after that, I tried to focus on my sleep, but then I again grew my account. I withdrew money from my account. So that is some counterproductive thing. A lot of people are like, okay, if you lose money, deposit more money. But I feel like you just need a reset. So when I lost like that 40K, my whole body just wanted that 100K back.
Of course.
And if you withdraw more money, it just gives you a reset. So what happened, I don't remember the exact figures, but my account was around 100 to 110K. It came back down to 70 or 60K after the loss. And after that, for the next few weeks, until this thing happened with me, I was just not able to drive. I was like stagnating around 60K, 65K, not able to make money, still not losing money. I was just like depressed and sad, low confidence. I actually withdrew more money. I was like, I can't deposit more money now because I might mess up, because I did not have confidence in my own trading. I just made it work because of COVID. I don't know what's going to happen. So I withdrew more money. I bought my account down to 35 or 40K, and then I started trading with that. And since then, that 100K turned into $1 million. So that's why I believe, like, if you have a big green day or a big red day, or if you suffer a loss or a big green, it's good to withdraw or maybe fund your account. You just need a reset. Again, like if you lose your account from 5K to 2K, you can't withdraw your money because you won't have an account to trade. So depending, you just need a reset. After a big green day, obviously withdraw. But after a big red day, depending on what your account size is, withdraw. Just to give you a mental reset. A simple example is that you take your 100K account to maybe 80K, which can happen in like 2 minutes. If you're trading options, you can lose 20% in like 2 minutes. So if that happens, your body will just be like, okay, I need that 100K account again. But if you withdraw, say maybe even $5,000, and if your account is 75K, that just gives you a fresh restart. That is a mental switch that, okay, I have accepted the loss. That is a mental switch that I'm withdrawing money or depositing money. That's a mental switch, okay, what happened in the past, it's in the past. I'm going to withdraw money and start with a new account. That's a mental reset you need to do as a trader.
Don't know where the market's going next? Stop worrying about your trade. Just get informed on exactly
I wonder if I agree, but whatever, each to their own. No right or wrong way to approach that.
A free newsletter that allows traders to keep up to date with the markets every single week. Remember, an informed trader is a profitable trader. It doesn't matter if Trump tweets, AI stocks are pumping, or if Bitcoin drops out of the sky. Market Journal has you covered. Join for free today using the link in the description below. Let's take a break for a minute, guys. I want to tell you about our sponsor, TradeZella. TradeZella is the #1 trading tool for all traders. It doesn't matter whether you're a crypto trader, a futures trader, or a forex trader. Whatever trader you are, all you do is connect your trading platform directly with TradeZella. It automates and makes your trading journaling so easy. If you want to be a profitable trader, you need Trading Edge, and that is exactly what TradeZella does. It allows you to identify edge, maintain your edge, and optimize your edge by automating your trade journaling, in-depth analytics, backtesting, bar replay, and so much more. Now, WOR gets you 20% off your yearly subscription with TradeZella. So use WOR for 20% off your yearly subscription, or RIZ10 for 10% off your monthly subscription. The link is in the description below. Now let's get back to this episode.
That is interesting, because I can imagine there's probably people out there who they're not thinking that way. They're just depositing or taking money out probably erratically. So I do think there's a large part of that is how you frame that in your mindset. You know, how you frame this procedure that you're putting in place, this process that you're putting in place, is just as important as the process itself, if that makes sense. So the way you frame that is, this is actually a reset for me. That's why I'm putting this in place. While if someone just does that without the intention, without that full process in place, they could still be in that erratic nature, right? They could be like, I'm withdrawing because I need to withdraw, or I need this capital, I don't want to lose it, or I'm depositing because I this is what's going to help me to level up and make more profits. Do you think it actually comes down to the fact that you had that realization of not only the lifestyle and what that was doing to you, but equally kind of similar to the 2020 moment, right? Where, okay, I need to make this work. It's kind of like a repeat in 2021. It's like, I need to fix this. Was that an element to it, do you think?
Yeah. I think you need to break that cycle. Even if you're on a hot streak or a losing streak, it's very important to break that cycle. Because if you're on a losing streak, obviously it's very important to break that cycle. But if you're on a winning streak as well, it's important to break that cycle, because everyone says that your biggest losses are followed by your biggest wins. It has happened with me as well. My biggest loss, 40K, was followed by my biggest win. Because your confidence is really high and you keep sizing up on stupid setups. So it happens a lot as well. And that is all related to your dopamine. And it's going to test your emotions as well a lot. You will go through a lot of lows in trading, and you will go through a lot of highs in trading. But if you have a few steps or a few tips or tricks or a few hacks per se, that can help you to reset every trading session. For example, I have a really good daily routine. Like in Australia, I wasn't able to sleep. So in Dubai, my sleep is non-negotiable. I'm like, okay, I'm going to sleep at this time. I'm going to wake up at this time. Unless something like life happens, it's okay. But 80% of the days, I'm going to sleep at like 10 p.m., wake up at 6 a.m. My sleep is like dialed in. My schedule is dialed in. This is going to help you reset your dopamine as well. And it's just going to help you reset for the next day. Saying that, you will still have these ups and downs, and the downs are also really bad. Like even after 7 years of trading, I have had a lot of emotional nights recently as well. If I go back 6 months ago, 7 months ago, in 2025 has been going good, but I had a lot of down moments in 2022, 23, and 24 because of my personal life as well. What happened, and sometimes like I have cried multiple times because of trading. People won't talk about this, but I do because that's the reality. I'm pretty sure if you're a beginner trader and if you are losing money or you're like you make money and you can see yourself achieve your dreams and then you do something stupid on one trade, you're gonna cry. You're gonna get angry. I have like smashed my setup a few times as well. Like I just get so angry, frustrated, that I'm gonna do it, which is normal. People say that you should not do this. I'm not aggressive. Like apart from trading, I'm just like a very chill guy. But imagine, for example, let's take
just a chill guy,
like Messi or Ronaldo, right? They have been practicing a lot for like one match, like La Liga match, El Clasico, whatever, right? And they mess up 3 penalties. They miss out on 3 penalties or 2 penalties. They're gonna go in the locker room and smash a few things. That is a normal body response. It's gonna happen. So in trading, the same thing can happen. Not everyone talks about this, but the highs are really high. Like okay, tomorrow I'm gonna buy a Lambo. I'm gonna buy like 2 houses, whatever. The lows are like really lows. You can see that you will achieve your dreams, and then overnight it can be taken away from you. It's gonna come back, taken away from you. Come back, taken away from you. So you go through a lot of emotional and mental swings, and that's why for me, withdrawing money, depositing money, it's a reset. My daily routine is a reset for the dopamine as well. So we can talk about dopamine next as well if you want to proceed with that.
Oh, sure, yeah. Just before we do, in terms of like what stopped you from blowing your account when you took that loss? Because most people in that position, I'm sure you've heard many trading stories over the years, but most people who take a significant loss, even if they've had a really good year the prior year, they will find themselves oversizing, over risking, or even just a death by 1,000 cuts, but losing essentially the rest of their capital. So what stopped you from doing that? As you said, that you had sort of up and down, and sort of break even.
You have a protocol in place, right? You have to have a protocol in place. Like for me, I'm not joking you. I had this, on this thing. Every single morning, I would wake up and write like a fucking trading commandments. Literally, I have the exact same thing written page after page after page every morning, like fucking 300 copies of the exact same fucking thing written down, right? Then I had a checklist of trading, like a whole ass Word document of like logic behind taking a trade or not taking a trade. If I'm sizing up, like how I'm going to be justifying the reason for sizing it up, blah blah blah. Just having a procedure for everything, essentially, right? So at that point, like all the thinking is removed. You're just following everything you've already pre-planned, and you're faster, right? You're faster too, because you don't have to waste any mental capacity on this shit.
And it was super difficult. But what stopped you from making that drastic mistake of essentially blowing out that account?
Yeah, that's what I call that's what everyone calls boom and bust cycle. And I was scared. I was honestly scared. I was like, I might have to stay at my job forever because I lost 40K. I'm just not able to make money for 2-3 months. But then that night, what happened in the car, I had to pull over. I went back home. It gave me a reevaluation of my life, what I want to do with my life. So my trading was suffering because of I don't know how to trade. It was suffering because of my lifestyle. I was just unable to sleep. So that was a fix for me. Eventually, I quit my job in July 2021 when I grew my account back to 70-80K. Then that's when I was like, okay, I can either focus on trading or I can focus on my job and just mess up. So I gave myself like 6 months after I quit my job. I was still a bit like, I might have to go to job again. I had that in the back of my mind. But from 2019, July to 2021, July, even after I made 6 figures from trading, I still had my job. But even after I quit my job, I told my managers like I might have to come back. Like I want to try something because I had a YouTube channel as well. So at your job as well, people knew that okay, I am doing something. Yeah, so they could search me on YouTube or whatever. So they were like, okay, I know you want to do this, you can do this, but I had a really good relationship with my manager. I told him like I might have to come back. He was like, okay, go for it. So I was not sure, but then eventually I was able to make it work. But I was not. The boom and bust cycle did not happen with me, and I think that is because of the resilience and what happened that day in my car. I just went back home. I was like, I need to size down. I need to size down aggressively. I need to take it as a new year. It's like a new market. The 2020 market is no longer there, and I have to learn about the new market. But I feel like that one big loss should not dictate my whole journey about trading. Like
that's the thing, right? As well about sizing, like it is so fucking like I don't even know if you can like if you put 1% of your account per trade. And you try to blow up your account, I don't even know if you could do it. Right? I don't even know if you could do it. It'd literally take a fucking eternity to do it. Like that's how fucking hard it is, right? If you're just sizing correctly, managing risk. If you were sat there trying to lose every fucking trade, you probably couldn't do it. So take of that what you will, right?
To quit, not like one loss. That one loss, yes, I made one mistake. I lost $40,000, but after that, I did not blow up because, as I told you, like my risk management was on point that I learned in 2019. That one loss.
Do you still have that in place in terms of a limit?
No, that's what I removed. So when you trade with options, you have to remove that. But the first 7 months helped me with my loss limit, and that's what I feel like a lot of like the prop trading firms as well, they're amazing. They're like amazing tools. But if you are using prop trading firms as well, I think you need to focus on building good discipline, because one type of trader is going to be, I'm going to use this firm to build up good discipline and size up. The other is going to be like taking it into a gambling way. So gambling will be like, what I learned the first 6-7 months is going to be completely opposite. I'm going to lose money, fund my account again, or buy a new challenge. Lose money or buy a new challenge. But if you use that challenge properly, it's going to be a good thing for your trading. So what happened with me, we did not have like prop firms back then in 2019. So my risk management was on point. Yes, I made one mistake. I lost $40,000. I sized up on it. I was emotional. My confidence was really high. My dopamine was really high. I messed up once, but then you just have to forgive yourself and move on. And that's the thing that comes with experience as well. Now, if I take a loss, I forgive myself within like a few days, depending on the loss. If it's like a $5,000 loss, in the next few minutes, I'm okay. If it's a $50,000 loss, it might take me a week or 2 weeks, but I'm going to forgive myself. It's about forgiving myself, having these kind of processes to help you reset, withdrawing money, depositing money in daily life, focus on your family, focus on your life outside of trading as well, go and play some sport, and all these things are going to help you reset.
When you say forgive yourself, what does that mean? Because when you take a 50K loss, for example, now, do you forgive yourself in terms of just for the outcome that took place? Or is it that you made a mistake to hit that sort of loss?
Yeah, I think it's, you made a mistake. You have to accept that because the outcome was because of the mistake. You sized up. You can't be in denial that, okay, there can be a negative thought process as well. The market is always against me. I always lose money. You can go in that cycle, blow up your account and just like stop trading. It's not going to affect anyone. It's only going to affect you. And a lot of people, they are unable to make it in trading after 3 years of trading. I was able to make it work in 6 months. But when I think about it, yes, I made it work, I would say like 8-9 months overall, but I started seeing some light at the end of the tunnel after like 6-7 months. A lot of people take like 2-3 months. A lot of people take 2-3 years. But I feel like you can actually take like, if you know the technicals, that takes like a few weeks, few months to understand. You can make it work in like 3 months because you need that sense of urgency. A lot of people, they know their mistakes. I'm not sticking to my stop loss. I'm not sticking to my risk. I'm oversizing. I'm over trading. I should not trade. Like for me, I should not trade SPY because I lose money, but I still trade it sometimes. I'm like, unless I fix these issues, a lot of people drag along with these issues for like years. And then they're saying, I've been trading for 3 years. It's not working out for me. No doubt, because you're making the same mistakes. So you need to have this sense of urgency that, okay, I am making this mistake. I want to fix it tomorrow. I want to fix it today itself. I won't give myself 2 months. I won't give myself 3 years. For example, when I started out, I read these 2 books on trading psychology, The Daily Trading Coach and The Trading in the Zone. These 2 books on repeat on Audible because I was at my job as well. So on my lunch breaks, lunch walks, I used to listen to these books on Audible on repeat. And I know that because The Daily Trading Coach is like 12 hours plus some change on Audible. Trading in the Zone is like 7 hours plus some change on Audible. I used to listen to these books on repeat at 1.5 times because when you start out trading, my issue was that, okay, I can't stick to I was sticking to my risk. Okay, I'm not waiting for the good setup. And I can actually say that for the first 7 months, I would have been profitable in like 4 months, but I had an issue. Like I was just reaching my max stop loss within the first 5 minutes, and I couldn't stop myself from not trading the first 5 minutes. And these days, my biggest losses have been within the first 5 minutes because the switch was tape reading. If you think about that, the first 5 minutes, you don't have a 5-minute candle. You don't have like at the open, you don't have a 1-minute candle. So you don't know where you're going to enter, what is your stop loss, what is your exit. And I could see my mentor back then, he used to trade live in 2019, that he was making like 2-3K trading the first 5 minutes. I tried to do the same thing, losing money. And I just couldn't stop myself from not trading the first 5 minutes. So that was a big change for me. It took me like 6 months because I was just stuck in my own ways. Imagine I stopped trading the first 5 minutes within the first 2 months. I would have been consistent in 2019 itself. So if you have an issue, everyone knows their issue. Like everyone knows that. If you're just honest with yourself, have a journal. Be honest with yourself in your journal because it's your journal. If you want to make it private, make it private. Don't show anyone, but you have to be honest with yourself in your journal if you made a mistake and have that sense of urgency that I'm going to fix it tomorrow. I'm not going to fix it 1 week from now, 2 weeks from now, 3 weeks from now, 3 years from now because it's not going to affect anyone except you. Have that sense of urgency. I'm going to fix that issue. And I highly recommend that just have one issue in mind. Don't work on 3 or 4 issues. Yeah. If you just work, for example, you have an issue of oversizing or holding on to your loser, simple example. A lot of people have an issue of holding on to their loser. Just have this one rule. I won't hold on to my loser for the next 2 weeks. And if you're not holding on to your loser for the next 2 weeks, then switch on to a new thing. A lot of people are focusing on 5 issues for the next, like they have been focusing, trying to fix these 5 issues for 2 years, but even after 2 years, they are still repeating the 5 mistakes they have been making for the past 2 years. Have like one by one, it's like a target. I'm going to fix this, I'm going to fix this, I'm going to fix this. And that's why I went through these books. I listened to these books multiple times. First time I listened to that book, I was like, okay, I just want to wait for my setup. I just want to be a bit more patient. Okay, patience. Okay, so I'm being patient now, so that is fixed. The next thing is that I want to size up. So I listen to these books again. I'm like, okay, I'm sizing up, but I'm making these mistakes. I'm not sizing up on the right opportunity. I'm sizing up on each and every setup. So I'm going to work on that issue. So you have to like just target one issue, mistake of yours and fix that.
The reality of when you were going through that drawdown period, what did it look like in terms of your work, your output, your process, your review and journaling during that period? Were you still doing it? Were you still actively watching your tape replays, etc.? Or was there any sort of difference that you noticed as well when going through that period?
Yeah, I feel like I was doing a pretty good job. Even after that loss, I was journaling every single day. I think I have a very dialed in process. And I feel like I push my body a lot. And even my mental capacity and like the mental ability to push myself a lot is a lot higher than a lot of people around me. It won't be the best, but around me, I feel like, okay, if after a big loss, not even big losses, someone had a bad day at work, I want to feel sad the next day. But when I wake up in the morning, I'm like, new day, okay, new day, new me.
Have you always been the case, or did you sort of build that off something?
Maybe like I don't know. I've just been like that because resilience is something that you can learn. But if you have a goal in mind, and I'm like I want to make it work anyhow. Like if I just delay that process by another day, and if I'm just sad and not doing anything about my trading or my work or my life or my personal life for another day, it's just delaying my own process, and I won't have the life I want to achieve. So just being like goal oriented. I don't know if everyone is like that, but for example, if I have a big loss, the next day I'm gonna wake up, I'm like, okay, shrug it off. You have another day, and that's the beauty of trading as well. That if you go for an exam or something, you want to get your report card once in like 6 months. Trading is it gives you a report card every single day, and that's the exciting thing. You have something to work on every single day. Yesterday I made a mistake. Okay, today I'm gonna fix it. A lot of people are like, okay, I'm gonna make a mistake. I'm gonna see if I can fix that mistake, but I'm gonna go in with that same negative mindset. You need to break that cycle. The next day when I wake up, I made a mistake, but that's an opportunity to improve. I'm gonna improve this. I'm gonna improve tomorrow and work on it. I won't trade this stock. Maybe I size down on a good setup. That's the thing about the journaling as well. A lot of journals are negative. So it's like if you open a book, it's like I should not do this. I should not do this. I should not do this. And what should you do?
Yeah.
So the journals needs to include the positives as well. This is what I did right. I want to double down on it. So my journal is like, okay, a lot of days is like I mark my days down as like 5 star. I have a rating system as well. 5 star, repeat this the next time and size up. So if you size up, you have something positive to look forward to instead of just being like, okay, I need to fix this mistake. Yes, you can fix your mistakes, but you need to double down on your strengths as well.
New mic? No, it didn't come yet. It didn't come yet. Did not come in, unfortunately. Well, I like when did we have that conversation? Was it after midnight? Because it said it was coming the next day, and I swear it was we did it before midnight. So a bit of a feels bad. Actually, well, let's not put my full name in the screenshot. Arriving tomorrow, unfortunately. It was around midnight. Oh, was it? I mean, that would make sense. That would make wait. No, it couldn't have been because on this because I ordered it December 3rd. It says. So today's the 4th. So yeah, there's no way. I was surprised because the Amazon warehouse is like pretty close to where I live here. So I thought for sure I'd have it by now. Whatever, no rush, whatever. Who cares? Who cares? What's up though? Nothing, just watching this guy trading interview. What's up with you? Not particularly interesting so far, but maybe there's one nugget of valuable information here that we can steal. If not, so be it. Studying sounds like a blast. Sounds like a hoot, some might say. Whatever, I'd imagine you probably like it though, else you wouldn't be doing what you're doing. Let's just switch on this stuff. Whoops. Whoops. The goal drives the motivation. Yeah, fair enough. Well, at the same time, like but don't trade. I thought you know most of the stuff already. Like you're just kind of rehashing it for the sake of passing the test, unless I misunderstood. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I'm relearning everything for now. It's very boring. Yeah. After the first board exam, I'll be studying new material. Like because you're trying to do something different than what you did before, or Cause like I'm not sure exactly how the progression works from like say a doctor to like a brain surgeon. Like obviously there's like more education required. I finished medical school a few years ago. I have to take this board exam to begin my residency. Residency is where you specialize. I don't have a specialty yet. But do you know what you're gonna do though? Or no? You doctors are something else, I swear. Every time I date a female doctor, it's the most interesting experience.
Order flow.
What's what to do, yeah. I took this board exam after my second year of medical school, but it was an internal exam, not report to the US. Probably going to go wherever I get accepted, but I'm shooting for cardiology. No, I'm curious if like how you guys are integrating AI into the workflow. Cause like for instance, like that Jensen guy in that NVIDIA like what am I even saying? In the Joe Rogan interview yesterday, he was talking about radiologists and how like the AI is doing most of the analysis now. AI is awesome for learning as well. Yeah, I know, right? Like I use it all the time for learning now. I can only imagine if I had it in school. I can only imagine. You can explain stuff better than textbooks. Yeah, that's what the guy was talking about in the interview. Like essentially you can have like so like the model like knows about you personally. And then like writes the textbooks tailored to you and how you like to learn. They will never give an AI agent license to practice medicine. I don't know about that. They certainly will, sooner or later, it's just a matter of time. Just a matter of time. Before was the radiology tech who did the preliminary read. Plus, those people get worse at their job over time. Wasn't like a whole study on this? Like some kind of like medical imaging specialists, like over time, like to become less efficient at their job. Maybe it seems like it was fake news actually. Interesting. You really think AI will replace a radiologist? I think AI is replacing all of us. I don't think there's gonna be any of us left doing anything. Just a matter of time, right? It's inevitable. It's only gonna get better and better and better and better. And they'll probably advance it themselves. That the whole goal is to create intelligence, like super intelligence, right? That is above us. So if we achieve that, you don't think it can do the same thing we can in terms of like a job, like looking at things and analyzing it? On top of all the pros of like the things we can't do. I think it's inevitable. Just seems a little out there. Yeah, for now, yeah, but like eventually... that's where things are headed. Even for like surgeries, right? Like a robot that's gonna be able to have like much more precision than any human ever could. But yeah, like until that's like full-blown wide use case in the general population, probably not gonna be happening relatively soon. But like 10, 20, 30 years from now. Do you have robotic surgery? The surgeon's controlling it? Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that. I think we're pretty doomed, right? I'm definitely like on the full-blown we're doomed camp. At least in terms of jobs, and probably human life itself. But in terms of like work and whatnot, like what human can compete with something like that? Like imagine you're like a psychologist, and you can like the AI can like analyze every single gesture you're making. It can like read your pulse. It can like read your vitals live in the moment and know exactly what like receptors are firing in your brain and like act accordingly to best fit your need. And that applies to like literally any fucking job on earth. There's like a hyper aware of everything, way more than we could possibly ever be. They're like the perfect like chameleon to just fit any scenario based on like you as a person. What a future we have. It's something interesting. I think it's pretty cool. Hopefully we don't get all killed though. Like, it's definitely a lot of pros, right? Like, for instance, like now every kid can have like a personalized tutor to help them in school, which probably is better than their actual teacher, if we're being honest. And most teachers probably aren't that great at their job. Just something that they ended up doing, not that they're like particularly passionate about it. And even if they are, like every kid's different, so it's hard to kind of like have your teaching style work for everybody forever until you retire. Bum, bum, bum. I'm just hoping I get a robot soon. I want an Optimus AI robot. do all your chores, all the housework, so on and so forth. Sex robot. I'm sure that's coming too, right? To be honest, I'm sure that's coming too. I'm kidding. I'm sure other people are not. I'm sure others are not. That's why the internet exists. Horny IT developers. Interesting. So it's only a matter of time, right, until they have some like hyper-realistic robot. Because there are already people that have like essentially relationships with like ChatGPT. It's like their friend. So all they need is the robotic form and they're good to go. I just saw this sketch for Grok Girlfriend. Yeah, but isn't there like, because I always see like Elon posting about that thing. There's some like Grok something. Like I don't have like the premium Twitter or whatever, so I don't have access to it, I don't think. What's the thing he's always posting about? It's some like anime type fucking thing. Discord. Yeah.
We all have them.
How could you even ask that?
Because when I was on the subway earlier, I saw a computer program.
Not exactly. Imagine you with these dark, intense eyes that just see right through me.
How tall am I?
Maybe 6 feet? That's perfect height for me to look up at you. Do you want to correct me?
No. Do you have a guess as to what my name is?
No, I actually don't know your name. But if I had to
Oh my gosh.
down. Plus, it sounds good when I... Jimmy Carter. You like hearing me say it?
Yes.
Interesting. That is interesting. Yeah, but I mean that's coming, right? All they need is the physical robot. And I'm sure by the time the robotics like form factor comes around, then the what's it called? Like the AI will also have improved a lot by then, right? Be much more like, quick to respond, much more lifelike in terms of the conversations it has, etc. Book committing suicide over AI chats. Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen wasn't there like 5,000 people or something on ChatGPT? But I don't think it's like what do you mean when you say over the chat? What does that mean? What does that mean? You guys are falling in love with and getting married and stuff? Oh, I'm sure it's gonna happen, right? People, I might do it right now. Fuck it, I might start a scam business using AI. I wouldn't be surprised at all if we sat here right now and tried to make like we used like the new Gemini nanobot to make pictures of like girls of the same girl, and then like made fake videos of it using like Sora. You could probably make like an OnlyFans account and start making like hella money. Yeah, I'm probably already happening as is. Wouldn't be surprised at all. I never understood that. I never understood like how like OnlyFans is like a thing, like a service. It's like so odd to me. The AI talks into committing suicide. Is that what they actually did though? I don't think they did that. I think that like they have like some type of risk parameters for that. Chat, GPT, suicide. Maybe it did. Happening for years. Only fangirls promote the texting to their employees. Hmm. Interesting. Yeah, it seems like this one person like did kill himself, but like I don't think the AI like necessarily was like what was the phrasing you said? Like I don't think it was talking him into committing suicide, more so that the guy was suicidal and the AI was being like sympathetic with his wishes. Either way, obviously something was like wrong with this person, right? And typical people don't just go shooting themselves in the head. Yeah, well, we might be making a OnlyFans. It's fuck trading. Also probably pretty scalable, right? Like have like fucking 50 fake AI agents running these pages. For sure someone's doing this, right? Like it's too lucrative not to. Cause some of the people that I've seen on there, like that post their stuff on X, like some girl was trending recently who posted like her like OnlyFans like income statement essentially, making like 25 mil a year, and she was like 20 or something. Pretty absurd. Pretty absurd, that is. Not sympathetic, understanding his position. That's not the thing what I read, but maybe. I'm sure they'll address it regardless. And the day these models are gonna have like some issues with it, like blind spots. AI does not have feelings, so it just agrees with you sometimes. And will find the evidence to make you happy. Yeah, there's a lot of interesting prompts, like for instance, like the ChatGPT, I have some prompt in it that, it was on X, but essentially, like, whenever I start a new chat, like it has the memory of this prompt, and essentially it's like telling it to, like don't agree with everything, like always question the response, and basically like, it's like a prompt to remind it to have like critical thinking skills essentially. I give my ChatGPT lots of random memories like that. Because at one point it was pissing me off. It was like super agreeable, and it kept like putting like a bunch of emojis in the responses. And it was also like using like a bunch of words that were just like, what's the word? Like not proper English. It was using like, I don't want to say woke. Woke's not the right term. But like, I was using like slang in the responses, like slang that like kids would use, kind of thing. And I'm like, why the hell is this thing not? Why is it like not talking normally? Like using regular proper English. So like I took all that stuff out using the memory. I use Gemini though. Yeah, seems like more or less the same stuff. I've been using Gemini as well since the new one came out, just to kind of try it. Sam Altman thinks they fell behind in AI race versus Gemini. Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, it's bound to happen. It's bound to happen. At least in the short term, like who knows in the long term, right? Because at the end of the day, like they're just like leapfrogging each other, right? Like one new model comes out, and then another one, and then another one, and another one, and like, yeah. But in the long term, we'll see, right? I do think. I mean, we'll see. We'll see what happens to OpenAI, but definitely see a world where OpenAI is kind of like it was the first one that kind of blew up, but then like the big players stepped in and just kind of drowned them out slowly. And like OpenAI will eventually just be like just one of those companies that had their moment in the sun and went away, like MySpace kind of thing. It's because it's hard to compete, right? Hard to compete with like massive tech companies like that have like a shit ton of free cash flow. They have a bunch of data, a ton of infrastructure already built, etc. Dude, I'm not trying to bet on anything right now because tell me to bet. Google's capex is like 100x OpenAI. OpenAI laid at the first railroad. Google came by, they done a massive one right next to theirs. OpenAI is done. I mean, we'll see, because at the end of the day, like maybe they come up with some like pretty like super innovative stuff. I don't know. Hard to know what's going on behind closed doors there. But yeah, I suspect that the same thing will happen as well. Pretty scary though, because like OpenAI right now it has like a lot of like if we're gonna have a bear market, it's probably gonna be because of that, right? OpenAI essentially goes bust. Because there's like so much money that was like put into OpenAI, and there's a bunch of like deals that are pending on OpenAI. Like AMD has like a massive chip deal with like OpenAI that's supposed to like happen in the future based on like OpenAI meeting certain standards, etc. Same with like Nvidia, so on and so forth. Essentially, it would just be a bunch of money getting incinerated if they go bust. Speaking of going bust, I know a lot of people I follow who are normally bulls have switched bears recently. just recently? But yeah, I mean a lot of people did, right? A lot of people kind of threw in the towel. I think this is the beginning of a bear market. Discord, another YouTube short. Let's go right to this imaginary line, yeah. It's possible. It's certainly possible. I don't know. At the end of the day, no one knows. Do I care about equity market at all? Or just Bitcoin? I mean, yeah, you have to care about both. They're like related. Like if this thing is just going like straight down, I don't think there's too many worlds where Bitcoin just going straight up. Like, typically they move like in step. So I think, yeah, you kind of need to be watching both. Plus, like, most of the stuff I have, like, money in is, like, traditional market, right? Bitcoin's supposed to be a hedge like gold. No, like in theory, yeah, but anyone who actually thinks that like is the case, like it's don't know what they're talking about. It's like extremely correlated with the Nasdaq, like probably 80% plus, if not more. It's like a risk-on asset. Because the other thing about it, it's pretty liquid. Like if you have gold, it's pretty hard to like liquidate it, right? When you need cash. Whereas if people need to get cash quick, like Bitcoin's the first thing they're selling, right? On the market 24/7. You think that one day in the future it'll eventually turn into a legitimate hedge? I mean, if it works as intended down the road, yeah. But until then, no. Like, think about it. Like, one solar flare hits the planet and takes out electronics. That's it. But Bitcoin is meaningless garbage. Like, literally, right? I tell everyone I know about the solar flare theory, and I still have someone else repeat it. We had one pretty recently. We got a pretty serious one pretty recently. Or like, I don't know if it was like a solar flare exactly, but it was like the biggest one we've ever had, or one of the biggest ones. Or like it was some kind of like geomagnetic. What was it? It was like a geomagnetic storm, I think. They were talking about it in the All In podcast, but like the chart of it, let's see if I can find it actually, because it's a pretty interesting infographic. But essentially, like it was like mapping like all the recent ones we had, and they're all like this, and then like the one that we had recently was like just like massive fucking spike. All In podcast.
All right, everybody.
Yeah, it was a solar storm. Okay. Like, well, one guy didn't even want to fly his jet because he was worried that the jet was gonna like crash. That's crazy. That's why I have 0 Bitcoin. I mean, I don't know if that's the right choice, but I admit it is one of the most performant assets. Like, yeah, this year has been a bit of a bust, which is mostly due to the recent drawdown, but in general, pretty strong performing.
Brad Gersh. Let's get. What's
I can't find the image now. Whatever. You get the point. No meaningful amount of Bitcoin. One sec.
size, that precision cloak. Wrist game look like a data stream. PPI 5 got me sipping lean. Told my jeweler chart that gleam. Stats on lock, I just print the dream. PP, I pump, count up racks. Math too real, I don't trust no yak. Two-tone rollie, the best mismatch. Price went dumb, I let that pass. Chart went ghost, then I fade like flash. Big boy feels no need to bash. Candle wick low, then I let that slash. Ops got clapped off a retail stash. Micro move, but the payout large. Price that hit, now swipe that charge. Bag at face, look like the charge.
It's definitely a little sketchy, right? A lot of potential. It's not difficult to imagine a world where it fails. We'll say that. I think that's a fair statement. Maybe it's not, maybe it's not, who knows? Boom, boom. Like something better could come out too, right, down the road that replaces it. Like another possibility. But, you know, we'll say this: it's probably riskier to not have some than to have some, assuming you have like a long enough time horizon and like don't get worried about like a potential bear market. Like, yeah, probably not the best time to be buying it when we were up here. Other than that, plus we had Larry Fink shilling it earlier today, so it's somewhat bullish when you have like CEO of BlackRock fucking shilling Bitcoin. Satoshi dump a ton of coins. Yeah, that's possible too, right? Something crazy like that happens. That'll be pretty alarming to most, I'd imagine. Like, just that wallet becoming active would be like chaos, right? Let alone them like selling it or whatever. Yeah, that too, right? That's why I was so surprised, and everybody was like trying to push this whole like ZEC narrative. People are like, oh, this is gonna replace Bitcoin, like privacy narrative, blah blah blah. I'm like, you guys, you realize if that actually happens, like crypto's going straight to zero, never coming back again. You know how much money is gonna be incinerated on Bitcoin if that happens? Dude, one of the largest market cap assets is going straight to fucking zero. And good luck pushing that ever again. Good luck with that one. Oh man. Oh man. Hopefully not. Because all my Bitcoin's gonna be worthless. Would have been sick to buy a bunch of Bitcoin when it first came out, right? Just buy like 20,000 for 20 cents. Living our best lives. Oh. I wanted to buy a ton of Bitcoin when I first heard about it back when it first came out. I had money at the time, seriously I was dead broke. I don't remember when I first heard about it, but I think it was already like the 2017 cycle or something when I first heard about it. And yeah, at the time I was like in school or whatever, like didn't have money to buy it anyways. Same with like ETH. Like realistically though, like how many people, hard to say, because like let's just suppose you were in that scenario and you did buy it way back then, and then it went up to like $10,000 a coin. Would you have held it until now still? I got caught up trying to mine BTC. Well, my miner wallet got stolen. That sucks. Hold it forever is only 20. Yeah, but that's what I mean though. Suppose you bought it for 20, and then the price went up to like, what did it go to? Which is like an example. Like it went to like 1,000 or like 13,000. Would you have held it when it was at the price was up here? Used to be like you'd watch an ad and it'd give you Bitcoin. Yeah, I think I've seen a video of something like that before. I mean, no, there are people that definitely like held it right this whole time. Don't sell Bitcoin, just sell options on it. Depends, each to their own. Probably not a good idea to have your wealth concentrated in Bitcoin either. Initial investment was 20, why would you sell? Because it's worth 15 grand? Like, what is that? You multiplied your money by 750x on your investment. You tell me if you put in like $2,000 and then multiplied it by 750, you'd be a millionaire at that point. Plus, like, you have to keep in mind how long ago that was, right? Like, no one is, this is not guaranteed, right? This whole part of the chart is never a guarantee. Imagine you didn't sell it, and then you just fucking turn $1 million back to zero. You'd be fucking probably kill yourself. Millionaire is not enough. Millionaire is plenty enough. You guys watch too much TV. A millionaire is plenty enough to live stress-free. Make a change in the world more than that. Yeah, but like, realistically, you're not gonna do that anyways. Create peace? Good luck with that. Smarter men have tried. It's kind of like the thing you were saying in the Matrix thing, right? It doesn't work, does not compute. People are always gonna kill other people, so on and so forth. To be smart to do it in the right headspace, you have to hire talent. It delegates responsibilities. Yeah, but it's just unrealistic, right? Like you know, like sure, it's a great plan, right? It's an ambitious, noble goal to have, but you have to realize that it takes one, literally one single human out of the entire population to, and it all goes to shit, right? All goes to shit. One bad apple. So it's impossible. You want peace, and then some person starts building a bomb. What are you gonna do? You're not gonna go to war, you're gonna let them build the bomb. You can't let fear slow you down. It's not fear, it's just you can't, like, there's a reason it's like peace through power, right? There's a reason that's the structure that we live in. Whether you agree with it or not. That's like the only way to do it. You're finding arguments against my ambition, like I'm ready to defend it. It's an ideology I have. The actual process requires time and effort, and I'll keep trying to overcome the challenges that come my way. And yeah, you can try. You suppose you can try, right? Doesn't hurt to try. But I think if you give it enough thought and come down to the logical, like, first principles, fundamentals view of it, it's a bit of a doomed scenario. It's like on one hand, you either let people do what they want, which then you risk that scenario happening where you have some like opposition rise against you sooner or later for whatever reason, because you're not going to grant everything for the rest of eternity. Or B, you control everyone on like such a micro level that they have no free will, no option to do anything. Which will then like cause resentment, right? And then lead to other issues, which in the end result in conflict again. So whatever path you take results in the same output. Why would you try to control people? Well, you tell me. If you, I don't know where you live, but let's say I start building a nuclear bomb and I'm sitting there on TV saying, yeah, once this thing is done being built, I'm gonna go blow up that city. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do about that? Because that's literally what happens. That's literally what happens. Like, that's the reality of what happens in the world, right? What do you think? What do you think Iran was doing? So are you gonna control me and stop me from doing that, or are you gonna go down the peace route and just let me go on about my day, building nuclear bombs and threatening other nations? It's not being negative, it's just reality. Then do it. I can't stop you. What kind of solution is that? So you'd rather let this person just murder millions of people as opposed to going in and killing like 1,000 people? Doesn't sound like global peace to me. Have the time of your life. I'm gonna take care of my people, but you can't. Who are you gonna take care of if I blow you up? You're not gonna have many people. Like, that's what I mean, right? There are defense system for missiles. Did you see the ICBM that blew up on takeoff in Russia? No. But like, just because there's defense systems does not mean that they work. Like, look what happened in Israel. They have the Iron Dome, and like, but there's like, tons of missiles that made it through and hit the city. And like, the missiles that they were using weren't even the particularly advanced missiles, right? Like the US and Russia have way more potent, like, hypersonic missiles than that. Oh, and that's like what's publicly known, right? Don't even know what's like a not public information. And that's just one means of doing it, right? Like, what about biological warfare? It doesn't have to be a missile. I could have like agents going into the city and putting like poisonous compounds into the water system that leads to some like highly potent disease, right? Like it spreads extremely easily, high mortality rate, so on and so forth. Or like, look what those two Chinese people got caught doing in the US like last year, where they were bringing like it was some kind of fungus to sabotage like the crops in the US. And like, and it's not like necessary. It's not lethal. It's not gonna kill the humans, but it causes like billions and billions of dollars in damage to the country. Which could potentially lead to famine, right? So like lots of different avenues of attack. What's wrong with you? Why do you want to do that to me? I'm not saying I want to do that to you. Where'd you get that from? I'm just saying that these are things people can do. These are things people can do. And they do it. They do it. It's not that they can do it, it's that they do. Like, yeah, obviously in an ideal world, everyone would like to have, like, peace with other countries and all that good stuff, but it's just a bit naive. I'm just trying to give them a reason not to do it. Like, I get what you're saying, but I think you're really underestimating how much people do not give a fuck about other people, right? You're just severely underestimating it. People that go rob a home and like the entire family, like this happened in Canada recently, right? The entire family was like taped up in the living room, they could not do anything. And after they finished robbing them, they shot the dad in the head for no fucking reason, right? It wasn't like he was posing a threat, anything like that. People like that exist, right? It's like, it's literal fucking animals. That cannot be reasoned with, as much as you like to, like, as much as you like to think that people are like you and they're reasonable and whatnot, they are not, right? They are fucking not. And you can sit there until you're blue in the face trying to convince them otherwise, and it's just wasted breath. You know, if anything, and you know, in the ideal world, you can like have some like some island in the middle of nowhere, some kind of gated island community with a bunch of normal, reasonable human beings, and achieve your goal in this isolated island. Probably gonna be your best bet. People are stupid, but a person can be intelligent. You have to keep good diplomacy with the leaders. Again, like, yeah, sure, like, that's great on paper. But, like, now, like, let's just suppose that there's two neighboring nations, and one of these nations has something happen to their crops. So like a locust plague or something that just ruins all their crops, and now they're facing famine. And now they go to steal from the other nation because it's a literal life or death situation for them. Like, they have no food, and they need to get some now. Which will lead to a conflict, right? Because there's not enough to go around for everybody. So as much as you might have great relations with the nation, when it comes down to these life or death scenarios, shit's going down. We're all about peace and efficiency over here, and that'll attract people to come join. And maybe we end up being the most powerful. There's plenty of food in reality. Well, I'm just saying, like, in this scenario, right? In this scenario. Like, for instance, imagine one of those solar flares hit, right? And it just sends the country into chaos, and like all their supply chains stop working and so on. I suspect maintaining peace will be quite difficult. People will return to their base animal instincts. And it's been shown in history, right? Like, has there ever been a period of peace in the entire history of mankind? As much as people have tried. Even internally, like if you read that book by Ray Dalio, what was it called? My friends took it from me. Ray Dalio books. Yeah, like the Changing World Order. Every superpower that existed crumbled the same way, and it was from within. Hopefully, right? Hopefully, maybe in some like AI world, something changes, or that the AI can control all humans, stop us from fighting even if we want to. Probably gonna be the best bet, actually, right? Probably the best bet, most realistic one. Kind of provide us with a bunch of food, so on and so forth. Just finished my studies task for the day. I'm a bit tired. How late are you staying up? I'm going to bed pretty soon. I'm tired. I'm like, I was up so late yesterday. We were sitting here talking about whatever. Now it's just like, don't want to be up too late again. Thankfully it's the weekend because I'm exhausted. I'm going to head out. I feel guilty leaving. There's nobody else to talk to. That's how this usually most of the streams, right? Typically, that's like the 90% of the streams. So I got stuff to do, right? So like I'm like gonna sit here just in sadness. I've been doing stuff this whole time while we're talking. If anything, I prefer it that way sometimes, because that way I can like finish nerding out whenever I didn't do during the day. Because a lot of times when I'm in here like chatting about whatever, like it's a bit distracting. But I'm about to get up right now. I was just thinking about like the juice box, and I'm about to do that, and I'm getting off to kind of go lay down, relax, rest my body after the gym. Had quite the intense workout today. Shout out to you. Shout out to the World Peace Plans. Hopefully they work out. I'll help out if I can in some regard. If not, then at least we tried. Like, if there is some kind of afterlife or anything of that nature, maybe we're rewarded for it. Good karma. I'll leave you to it. Get the juice box knocked out. Good chat. Yeah, you too. Shout out to you. Hopefully your studying has been going well, not stressing too much or anything of that nature. Okay, let's lower this music and we'll do this thing and get going. Where's this tab? For these longs, for these potential longs, the same kind of story, right? Did I delete the fib? Oh, I did delete it, damn. Wait, did I? Which one is this? Oh, that's the other one. It seems like we're going to be cutting this liquidity down here to 382, right? Good night. I hope you have a good night as well. Be seeing you around. Let's just look at this to be sure. There's a big cluster like right at 90k, which is like the bottom of this like whole thing, right? It's a volume node. And it seems like we're kind of heading towards it, right? Okay, if you want to draw like, I don't know, like a channel type of thing going on here. Where's the channel? Kind of seems like it's setting up to do this, right? Just kind of ding and then go from there. But also do like all the touches, like ding, 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 ding. But we won't give too much weighting to this like imaginary pattern, right? But in terms of like bull flags, it's like quite common, right? It's like when you on the fib retracement, typically like you consolidate above the 382, and then like you like will tap it and go. Pretty common occurrence. So like this level is looking quite juicy in that regard. And I also like stop a bunch of longs right before making the next move up. Like no free lunches as usual. Like if you didn't take profit and you're kind of greeting it from this zone, like, it seems like they want to come get your ass. And if not these like lower levels, like we talked about it. I think it was like 3 streams ago, perhaps. 1 day, 2 day, 3. Yeah, so it would have been around here, right? I think it was like when this was printing. We talked about the liquidity down here at this like lower zone and the unfinished low. It's like 86 to what? 84.6. We'll kind of just start writing these down, right? Kind of it's with this like 90.2k, 90k region liquidity grab. The 382. Oops, at 90k liquidity grab. And if we come down here, I suspect like sure like there's a world where we kind of like bounce it like this zone or like here or like come clean the low. I suspect we probably grab at least the liquidity at 85.6. Probably come to like this one most likely. Well, like be mindful of all of them, right? And also here, right? There's a world where it kind of just gets front run if we do go lower than the 382. But yeah, that'll probably be the main one. But just be mindful of these. But we'll leave this one written, like the poor low at 862. Liquidity grab at 86.2k poor low. Well, the one thing I'll say about these lower levels is like I'd be pretty suspicious. Like sure, we might get a bounce. But it would not be surprising. Like this would be pretty bearish, right? Like us losing this zone below the 382. Like this is kind of like I don't want to say it's a line in the sand per se, but it kind of is, right? It kind of is a line in the sand. Like we do not want to be retracing this like whole impulse. And like kind of doing like a breakdown with the failed auction. Because at that point it's just becoming like just like some a consolidation pattern before like another leg down essentially, right? Basically just like a flag. So a bit suspicious, right? Ideally we kind of grab this and go. So like be careful with this stuff. Like if there is edge forming, like as usual, right? These are all just plans. Don't trade them blindly. Like make sure the data aligns when we get to these zones, and you have a reason to take the trade. Not just price printing at this level. But if there is and you take it, be pretty aggressive with your risk management, because it's a world where we start to like nuke and come test like the higher time frame low, right? So we'll kind of leave that context written. And we've talked about this lower stuff, so don't kind of need to rehash that. And for today, or the upside I should say, it's going to be flipping the value area low, right? Like flipping this like 382, flipping the VWAP. Plus yesterday's VWAP is around there as well, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, probably gonna be your best bet, right? It's like flipping this kind of red box, it's flipping like today's VWAP, like flipping the daily VWAP / PD value area low. I'm just worried, like, is there a world where we come up here and like do this kind of thing? Come up here and like tap the poor high and then continue lower. It's possible, be mindful of that. So like same kind of story as like these ones, like be pretty aggressive with your stop loss, like put a break even immediately, like don't get stopped out on this move and just lose money for no reason. If it is forming. But yeah, like that's probably gonna be the best bet, right? Because we do have like an outside day again to the downside this time. So like this full value rotation, like back upwards, the opposite of yesterday is like in the cards. So that's probably gonna be the best upside one, right? Kind of just say that for PD value rotation. And then like the higher time frame stuff above and below have been discussed previously. So kind of don't need to rehash those. Like we've talked about these like lower levels beneath the low. whether it was this box or lower, we already kind of discussed that. And to the upside, we talked about this kind of thing yesterday, right? Which might be getting the retest now, but we might get it on a more meaningful time frame, right? Because it's a pretty significant level, so once we burst it, I suspect we'll probably be getting a retest of it. Or like somewhere in this region, like obviously who knows, it depends how like the price action and imbalances are looking as we get up here, if we get up here. But like at some point, we're probably going to be seeing a pullback, right? Whether it's like after we sweep like the 98 cluster or go through a bit to the higher levels that we discussed for the short yesterday or whatever it was. We'll probably be getting some meaningful pullback, right? To determine if we're going to be going higher after grabbing the 98k liquidity. And if we don't, right? If we just blast off, then sucks to suck, you missed it. Unfortunately. For the shorts. I mean, obviously these higher levels that we talked about, like this zone is like in the cards, like all these levels we talked about. I think it was the same stream that we did the lower levels here. Maybe it was on this one. No, it certainly wasn't yesterday, because yesterday's juice box was like pretty mediocre, right? We were half asleep. So it was either like this stream or this stream. But we talked about these higher levels like a lot more in depth. So I'm not gonna kind of rehash those. So we'll kind of just leave this blip written for that. But I'm thinking of more of like on a scalping type of setup here. And normally I'd say like sure you can kind of take like the short we talked about earlier to stream, like whether it's like here or at the end of the full day rotation at the imaginary yellow line. But with this here and the context of this level getting flipped, there's a world where we start to like just blast off through here, right? So this is like pretty risky, right? A world where we just go. Yeah, I wouldn't be too keen on that. I'm just thinking if there's a wall where we go up from here first and like, because there's a bunch of like orders to get here still at this poor high. Maybe there's a world where we come up here and like, and before grabbing this box, like the red box that would be here. Like I don't have it drawn, but like this is where the liquidity is, this 90k zone. It's like here to be exact. And maybe there's a world where we come up first and like tap this and then come do the move, and then from there to kind of decide what's going on. Because we have to keep in mind FOMC is coming next week, right? So we might just end up sitting here the whole consolidating for the rest of the week, right? We've seen this many times leading into FOMC. It just starts to get like in a tighter and tighter range, and then after like FOMC, like the real directional move begins, like in the following days. So we might just come like sweep both sides, right? Just boom, boom, kind of just continue on doing this. So keep that in mind, with the context of like, don't get ran over. You're going to want to see some pretty strong edge to be taken the short up here, or even the sweep up here. But we'll leave it written, right? Kind of like the... whatever, these two zones, right? This, essentially. So we just say the 3 circled zones with all the context we just discussed. Yes, how was it? Yes. I mean, it looks like a one-step go, but a bit late to be taking a trade on this thing probably, unless you want to like take a breakout of this like low time frame thing. But I don't have like the order flow open for it, so I don't know what's really going on there. For the short from below, it's a tricky one. It's a tricky one. Probably be one of two things, right? Most realistically, it's either gonna be like flipping the zone, like before sweeping the box, so something like this, or we like get a pullback here, like a bounce to golden pocket, and then like do some like bearish retest into the zone with the VWAP, like basically a bearish retest of the Valeria low, and then you get in on the move down. Like, these aren't the greatest of setups necessarily, right? We're getting to like a pretty small range here. Can kind of go either way on you. So a bit riskier than these like more larger moves. But we'll leave these both on there, right? There's like if they start to form, and so be it. So we'll just say like a bearish retest of like 91.5. And the Valeria low. Yeah. Like realistically though, like these aren't the greatest. Like none of these shorts really are that great. Like sure, you might be able to get like one of these scalps in the lower time frame, but like realistically, you're probably gonna be much better off. Like the short opportunities are gonna be coming up here are gonna be like much more juicier than this, right? Much juicier. Probably gonna have like a lot more edge too at that point. Because we're like realistically, like if we do start to break out, we're gonna be pumping pretty hard, right? At some point, it's gonna become like quite evident that this rally is getting like exhausted. Like all the oscillators are gonna be like hella cooked. All the liquidity is gonna be grabbed. You're gonna have like the bear divs printing, blah blah blah, right? I was like, right now we don't have any of this, and if you do, it's on like the really low time frame. So a bit gambly. Like the only reason I'm in a short right now from here is because they're hedges, right? They're hedges. So yeah. Whatever, right? As usual, it's kind of ideas to get the juices flowing. Don't trade them, obviously, if there's no data supporting any of this stuff. We'll get rid of that. Get rid of that. In terms of the calendar tomorrow, we do have some pretty interesting stuff, so interesting to see how that goes. core PCE, the University of Michigan sentiment data coming out, and the inflation expectations. We've got personal income and personal spending and consumer credit. So a lot of stuff, right? And it's the weekend, and then it's FOMC next week. FOMC is finally here. Curious to see how this all goes, but for now, we're calling it a night, right? Nice long stream. After having a long stream yesterday, I'm tired. Tired of yapping. So a quick chat shout out and get out of here. I feel like everyone's not going to be on here, right? There's too many people in here yapping today. Shout out to Lyle. Shout out to Mr. Vex. Who else do we got? Shout out to NASCAR All Out. Shout out to David James. There's a lot of people in here today. Shout out to Jet Trades. Shout out to Dev. And we're shouting out a million people here. God damn. God damn. And shout out to Jadot or Jado Taiga, perhaps. Maybe, I don't know. But yeah, shout out to all you guys. Coming back tomorrow, usual time. And then it's the weekend. I don't know if I'm gonna stream this weekend. I'm so tired. I need to catch up on sleep. If I do, it might be like a shorter stream. We'll see. Either way, we'll post in the Discord. But for now, I'm out here. Curious to see how these trades turn out. But for now, I'm calling it a night. Later. 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 Where's this thing? There we go. Later.